42nd Gerry Hedley Symposium, especially to those of you who've travelled far to be here. My name is Christina. I'm one of the second year Courtauld students involved in organising the symposium. It's going to be a day full of fantastic talks, and I'll hand over to Professor Aviva Bernstock, who will just say a few words about Gerry Hedley and the history of the symposium. Enjoy!
Thank you. So I am really pleased to have been asked to start the 42nd Gerry Hedley Student Conference with an introduction to Gerry Hedley, who was a tutor here at the Courtauld and whose research and research-led teaching had a huge impact on current practices in conservation. He was my tutor on the postgraduate diploma in the easel conservation and also my PhD supervisor. Gerry came to the Courtauld in 1972 after answering an advertisement in the paper placed by Professor Stephen Rhys-Jones, the head of the technology department as it was called then. With a first degree in engineering, Gerry took a certificate in the conservation of easel paintings, and according to Sir Robert Bruce Gardner, who had come to the department in 1968 and already had a certificate, the training was relatively informal compared with the rigorous academic and practical education we provide today. In the early 1980s, when I arrived, conservation teaching at the Courtauld was done by this team of three: Robert, an expert practitioner, Gerry, the engineer, and Caroline, art historian, together with Professor Stephen Rhys-Jones, developed a 2-year postgraduate course in easel painting conservation that was extended to 3 years in 1976. Gerry brought his expertise as an engineer and applied it to research in conservation. His teaching was always research-led, looking at complex problems from different perspectives and seeking ways to test and interpret results in a practical context. Here you see him using a uniaxial tensile testing machine that is now back at Imperial College, where I think it's still used by students doing conservation-related research. Early in his research career, Gerry contributed, together with Caroline, Robert, Alan Cummings and Stephen Hackney, to the landmark Greenwich Lining Conference in 1974 that prompted a reflective evaluation of structural treatment of paintings on canvas. This led to his research, for example, into the aging of canvas, the controlled use of moisture, the use of different fabrics and adhesives, and options for the treatment of paintings on canvas. Gerry's teaching was both theoretical and practical. He spoke slowly and clearly so that even the most unfocused student could take it in. He was always reasoned and lucid in his arguments. He showed us how to review and critically evaluate published studies, and to identify problems and consider issues that derive from close looking at paintings. This was enormously empowering for us, as he made it clear that we, as graduate students, could take part in developments at the interface between research and practice, and produce results that could really make a difference in conservation, and we try and carry on with that today. Gerry was so pleased to meet the inventor of Beaver 371, Gustav Berger, and his wife Mira at the ICOM conference, ICOM-TC. 40 years on, Gerry would have liked to evaluate the stability and reversibility of paintings lined using beaver in the 1980s. One of the most important working relationships Gerry had was with Stephen Hackney, a scientist and practical conservator at Tate. In spite of Stephen's musical taste, they shared many research interests and supervised student projects together. These images were taken on the route of Tate Britain, where, as final year students, Rachel Howells and I, assisted by Stephen and Gerry, set up chambers for accelerated aging of samples of films of polymer dispersions, used or potentially useful for conservation purposes. The idea for the first student conference came to Gerry in 1982 after visiting the Winchester Conservation Program in the States, where students, together with conservation courses at in the US at Buffalo, NYU and Cleveland, held similar conferences. He wrote to Norman Bramell, then the director of the Hamilton Kerr Institute, and to Rosamund Harley, head of the Gateshead Technical College, as it was called then, to propose the idea of a conference to showcase student research and practice and to facilitate links between students on the 3 courses with former students. The intention was to do an annual event at each institute in turn that was organised entirely by students. And so it was that the student conference was launched. This is one of the few early Department of Conservation and Technology photos taken in the year of the first student symposium at the Courtauld. As a second-year student, I looked on admiringly and with some anticipation at the third years, Carol Willoughby, Charlotte Hale, and Ruth Bugg, who presented their third-year projects. Robert Bruce Gardner is missing as he took the photo, but you can see Gerry and Caroline, William Clark, the gallery paper conservator, and some of the budding stars of the profession. I found this annotated colour photo, pre-Photoshop and pre-AI, in our archive. I suspect that Alan Phoenix, the slow-thinking chemist, did this. You may have read some of his publications. This is not his most famous one. Gerry was passionate about the mountains and mountain sports, climbing, skiing, and running marathons. He would bring his holiday pictures to show us. The challenges of the Sobel Sports Centre rock training wall versus the real thing, and details of skiing techniques were described over teas and lunches in the big library table, where we all gathered, staff and students, together. He wrote hilarious letters describing his skiing adventures, complete with scientific diagrams, such as those you can see here, displayed out. He trained for the London Marathon, and he even joined the second years in an aerobics class once. This is the 1980s we're talking about here, aerobics. The Student Symposium continued in rotation between the Courtauld, the Hamilton Kerr and Northumbria, taking his name, Gerry Hedley Student Symposium, after his death in the Alps in 1990, aged 41. Gerry's thoughtful approach to the conservation of paintings and desire to interrogate theoretical approaches to the practice of cleaning led him to write 2 lectures given at the Canadian Conservation Institute, where he was on sabbatical in 1995. These are now published as Aesthetics, Humanism, and the Cleaning of Paintings, and I've chosen a short selection from the conclusion of the second lecture that exemplifies the breadth and outlook that he transmitted to us as a teacher of future conservation professionals. A conservator needs therefore both sciences and the humanities. No conservator can encompass so much on their own. Consequently, they must have the help of historians and scientists. But if they, scientists and historians, are to help, they must understand what we are dealing with. Well, it's really incredible how quickly the years pass, and I'm really looking forward to today's talks at the 42nd Gerry Hedley Student Symposium. And I'm really happy to introduce the first section where Rebecca, Louisa and Megan are going to speak, but first and foremost, one of our own, Talia Ratnavale, who's going to present the first talk based on her project. Thank you.
All right, good morning everyone. Today I'll be discussing my dissertation, a practical evaluation of pigment pickup and dirt removal during the surface cleaning of a range of acrylic emulsion paint films. As you may know, there are particular difficulties associated with the wet surface cleaning of acrylic paint films, including the tenacity of imbibed dirt, pigment pickup, and the swelling of the paint film. Research has identified a few factors which contribute to these difficulties. Firstly are the conditions of film formation. You see, acrylics dry through a unique process called coalescence, demonstrated in this diagram, to form a continuous film. The properties of this film depend on the temperature under which the paint dries. If the temperature is too low, a powdery porous film is formed. Such films may be more sensitive to cleaning and can also imbibe dirt through capillary action. The low glass transition temperature of acrylic paint films, as well as the presence of migrated surfactants on their surfaces, can also increase the tackiness of the overall paint film, making it harder to clean. Finally, as with all modern paints, the presence of additional additives in the paint matrix also play a role. These may include dispersal agents, biocides, thickeners, and defoamers, just to name a few. A major difficulty of research is that these ingredients are undisclosed by the manufacturers and can be frequently changed as the paints are reformulated. What we do know, however, is that some of these additives can be solubilized in aqueous solutions, causing localized swelling of the paint film during cleaning. Thankfully, further research has demonstrated that we can reduce the risk of swelling through the modification of aqueous solutions for pH and conductivity. As well, we can increase the cleaning efficacy of a solution or mixture through the carefully titrated addition of certain active ingredients. However, while inroads have been made into the issues of swelling and dirt removal, the issue of pigment pickup, observed on the swab, sponge, or tissue, or whatever have you, is still a concern. Practical research has demonstrated that pigment pickup is a complex phenomenon, one that may be related to the type of pigment, the brand, the conditions of film formation, aging, as well as the choice and method for cleaning. These innumerable factors have yet to be fully extricated from each other, and so came the goal for this study, to hopefully gain a little more insight in one of these factors. Thus came my initial research question. Is it possible to minimize pigment pickup through the choice of free liquid for surface cleaning? And further, if so, can I make any inferences about the potential mechanisms through which pigment loss occurs? Of course, I suspected that my results could somehow vary by type of sample, but I was still hoping to identify trends in pigment pickup that could be related to my choice of cleaning solution. Thus far, much research has been done in this area, coming out of collaborations involving Tate, the GCI, and the Dow Chemical Company, among others. This research has taken the form of countless practical workshops as well as published studies. My goal was to look at the 3 liquids that had already demonstrated promise and to test those on additional sample types that had not been represented in the published studies. The materials of interest included the relatively new range of EcoSurf surfactants, used in combination with triammonium citrate in what is called a surfactant chelating solution. These solutions are thought to enhance the cleaning efficacy of water while decreasing the necessity for prolonged contact of the painted surface, though, of course, there is also the risk that there will be an increased affinity for the paints. Finally, of interest were water and oil microemulsions. As we know, an emulsion is a stabilized mixture of 2 or more normally immiscible liquids, usually having a cloudy appearance. What's different about a microemulsion is that the ingredients are very finely dispersed within the mixture, creating these droplets or micelles, like you can see on the left, that are so nanoscopically small that the resulting mixture is clear, like you can see in the image on the right. This dispersion is achieved through the use of a select surfactant in a fixed proportion. The notion with a water and oil microemulsion is that you can increase the cleaning efficacy of an aliphatic hydrocarbon solvent through the incorporation of a low to moderate percentage of water. Now, there are many ways to make a water and oil microemulsion. Preliminary research has recommended the 3B series of microemulsions for use on water-sensitive paint films, though further evaluation of their overall performance is still needed. That was one goal of the study. They are also ideal for their simple means of preparation, involving only 3 ingredients. I chose to work with what's called Me3B13, depicted in the phase diagram here, as I thought this would represent a middle ground of the available options being represented in blue on the phase diagram. I made 4 versions of Me3B13, varying the organic solvent and the type of aqueous solution. However, in hindsight, I did realize that Me3B13 has quite a high surfactant content compared to some of the other options in the series, and this is something I will discuss more shortly. With the materials of interest selected, I settled on a range of 15 cleaning systems to test, varying the concentrations of actives as well as pH or conductivity. Moving on to sample selection, I was lucky enough to have access to Tate's sample archive. I wanted to test these cleaning systems on films that were different from what was already represented in studies that were published. Hence my selection of Winsor & Newton's Argus acrylic and Golden Open acrylic samples. Cadmium orange and quinacridone red or quinacridone magenta paints were chosen so that 1 inorganic and 1 organic pigment would be represented. This made for a total of 4 sample types, for which I could find 15 individual paint films. These samples had been naturally aged for 10 to 11 years and were artificially soiled using a manual brushing process. Now on to the method. Practically speaking, I think it's really important to realize that, unlike with varnished surfaces, the issue of pigment pickup cannot be separated from the issue of dirt removal. For example, if there is a particularly tenacious dirt layer on a sample, or if you use a particularly aggressive method of cleaning, you might encounter more pigment pickup than you would otherwise. For that reason, if you're interested in pigment sensitivity, you must evaluate dirt removal at the same time. The thing is, most published research studies have adopted a method for conducting cleaning tests where they would stop swab rolling at the first incidence of pigment pickup. This is great in that it arguably emulates the conservator's method for conducting cleaning tests, but it also means you can't evaluate the extent of pigment pickup, only the rapidity with which it may occur. Consequently, in this study, I settled on using a standardized number of swab rolls for cleaning and clearance, instead of stopping at a certain point where I observed a particular phenomenon. You can see here how I evaluated the degree of dirt removal that I observed and the degree of pigment pickup. As well, I was interested to see whether any cleaning systems were associated with any difficulties of use or disruption to the paint surface. Testing my 15 cleaning mixtures on 15 different paint samples, I ended up with a data set of over 200 individual cleaning tests. As the results, as I stated earlier, what I had hoped to observe was that some solutions or mixtures work better for some paint films, if not all. However, with the aqueous solutions, it was clearly the paint brand that mattered the most in regards to pigment pickup. You'll notice that the golden samples in the top two rows had very little pigment pickup across the board, whereas the same cannot be said with the Winsor and Newton samples. The choice of cleaning solution, meanwhile, only made a slight difference. This was very interesting for me to find. Furthermore, even within one brand, the phenomenon of pigment pickup was not the same. With the orange Winsor Newton samples, pigment pickup on the swab occurred gradually, whereas with the quinacridone magenta samples, pigment pickup was immediate. Indeed, looking closer at the quinacridone magenta Winsor Newton samples, I observed that the surface appeared rougher after cleaning. This was not a phenomenon observed with any of the other three sample types, and this suggested to me that there were multiple mechanisms of pigment transfer that were at play during cleaning. Meanwhile, looking at dirt removal, it was difficult to establish a clear trend with either the choice of cleaning solution or the type of paint sample. This result was surprising to me and impelled me to look further at the nature of the dirt-paint interface on each type of sample. The big question was, were there differences in how the dirt layer had settled on the surfaces, or was the issue more inherent to the paint films? That is, did the different paint films have fundamentally different surface characteristics, which affected how well the dirt could become imbibed? Well, looking at the two types of samples that were more easily cleaned, you can see that there are aspects of both the dirt layer and the nature of the paint film themselves which are of interest. The golden quinacridone paint film was so smooth and glossy that the dirt seemed to almost be sitting on top of the paint film, rather than being deeply imbibed. The Winsor Newton quinacridone paint film had a more even distribution of dirt, but this dirt was also quite superficial in nature, as you can see in this overall image. Meanwhile, with the two types of samples that were less easily cleaned, we can see that the surfaces are rougher, like the image on the left, or more powdery and porous, like the image on the right. This squares with previous research, which has observed that cleaning systems perform less well on rougher or more porous surfaces. As well, the degree of soiling is greater, and you can see that some of the dirt is quite deeply ingrained into the interstices of the paint films. This is particularly evident for the orange Winsor Newton paint film on the right, which is the sample type most resistant to cleaning. This unevenness in the dirt can also be seen in the overall image. And here, despite the fact that the samples were artificially soiled and stored in the same way for over 10 years, you can see clearly that there is also a quite thick or perhaps more ingrained dirt layer. Of course, these examples don't fully answer the question of whether it was differences in the soil layer or the surface characteristics of the paint film that contributed the most to the observed differences in cleaning efficacy. But what is indicated is that surface character does play a strong role that should be looked into further. Now I'll discuss the performance of the 3B13 microemulsions. In regards to pigment pickup, the trend largely followed what was observed for the aqueous solutions, where there was a strong brand dependence. There was a small increase in pigment pickup for the golden samples, but as you can see, it was very, very slight, as demonstrated in the image. In regards to cleaning efficacy, however, the trend was less clear. Relative to the best performing aqueous solutions, the microemulsions worked well for the golden samples and less well for the Winsor and Newton samples. More research is needed to clarify why this might be the case. However, what was clearly an issue with the 3B13 microemulsions were the residues left behind. I had to make a modification to my clearance procedure and added an additional 10 swab rolls to try to mitigate this issue. Even still, the residues were evident in this ring-like shape. Additional testing indicated that it would be necessary to rub the swab in a circular motion while also rolling in order to successfully remove these residues. The mechanical action needed to achieve this goal could pose additional risks to mechanically sensitive paint films. You can see that the dirt was pushed to the edges of this ring and also that loose particulate fibers were stuck to the residue ring. As well, some of the Winsor Newton cadmium orange samples subtly lightened in color following cleaning, a result which is clearly unacceptable. Finally, as a quick aside, I just want to use these images to reinforce something I stated earlier, that the Winsor and Newtons were more powdery and sometimes more porous in their appearance, while the golden samples had a higher surface gloss overall. Reflecting on my choice of microemulsion, I realized that it would have been best to choose an option with a lower surfactant content. The formulation I chose had a surfactant content of 32.5% by weight, whereas options exist on the phase diagram that have a content as low as 13%. A study on water-sensitive modern oil paint surfaces has shown that the presence of these ring-like residues can be reduced when the surfactant content is below 26%. As well, lowering the surfactant and water content could reduce the propensity for pigment pickup and surface disruption. Finally, onto the conclusions. What I've discovered is that brand formulation can be as consequential to pigment pickup as one's choice of cleaning solution. This may possibly be related to the pigment volume concentration of the chosen paint or the conditions under which film formation occurs. Furthermore, there can be no one-size-fits-all approach to the wet cleaning of acrylic paint films. That is, there isn't some optimal free liquid which will perform well across all paint types and dirt layers. Consequently, my practical recommendation for conservators is that microscopic examination of the dirt layer and paint film prior to starting cleaning tests may be key. This can help us to anticipate problems in advance and account for them in our choice of cleaning solution or method. Moving forwards, I recommend that further characterization or standardization of surfaces and their soiling be done prior to the start of cleaning studies. It was quite intriguing to observe significant differences in the sample, despite them being ostensibly prepared and stored in the same manner. What needs to be clarified is the difference that is made by the type of artificial soiling mixture and its distribution across the surface. As well, I believe it's important to understand how the soiling layer looks under the microscope after it has been applied. Will it necessarily look the same on all types of samples? Thirdly, we also need to better understand how the surface character of a paint film and its texture might impact cleaning. This is something that can be addressed by looking under the microscope prior to beginning cleaning tests in practical research studies. Further research should investigate the sensitivity of paint films with different pigment volume concentrations, surface textures, or conditions under which the film has formed. This can help determine the possible relevance of materials such as sponges and tissues, rigid gels, or barrier solvents in reducing the risk posed by mechanical action. As well, many of the difficulties I encountered while trialing microemulsions are likely to be mitigated if the surfactant content is reduced. Thank you.
It's my pleasure today to share with you the findings of technical study and treatment of a 17th century painting on stone by Hendrik van Balen, The Annunciation. The painting arrived last year at the Hamilton Kerr Institute from the Phoebus Foundation, and it is unusual in that it is painted on stone. Paintings on stone have, of course, existed since antiquity, but began to be used in the easel painting format in the early 16th century. Despite the widespread engagement of contemporary leading Italian artists in this practice, relatively little is known about the materials and techniques, as well as their conservation. In this context, this talk aims to contribute to the expanding discourse surrounding paintings on stone. Here is a brief overview of the topics that I will be covering today, including paintings on stone, an introduction to Hendrik van Balen, the condition of the painting, the findings of the technical analysis, including the stone support, priming and painting technique, as well as the treatment and display of the painting. The practice of painting on stone was initiated by Sebastiano del Piombo in the early 16th century, when he discovered a successful preparatory layer for painting on stone. These earlier paintings, as you can see on the left, were often painted on uniform colored pieces of slate. In the 1590s, there was a distinct shift towards the use of polychromatic and variegated stones, as you can see on the right. The stone becomes an active component within the composition, with the patterns left exposed. The reasons for the use of stone were manifold, including physical, aesthetic, material, symbolic, and metaphorical. Contemporary texts often emphasize the material's durability due to its resistance to water, fire, and worm. Van Balen was born in Antwerp and trained under Adam van Noort. At the turn of the century, he traveled to Italy, where he studied Italian art and was poorly exposed to paintings on stone. Upon his return, he established his workshop and joined the exclusive guild of the Romanists. He soon became a prominent artist, painting on a variety of supports, including canvas, panel, copper, and stone. He often collaborated with Rubens and Bruegel and was a master to the young Van Dyck. Van Balen belongs to the second generation of stone painters, who integrated the patterned stone into their compositions. These artworks were often created for cabinets of curiosities, in which the observer may try and distinguish where the border between the natural stone and the paint was. Hendrik van Balen painted the Annunciation in the early 17th century, with oil on an oval-shaped stone. The painting belongs to the Phoebus Foundation. It measures about 20 centimeters by 14.5 centimeters, with the stone support being only half a centimeter thin, indicative of the work of a very skilled stonemason. It is light-colored and has a distinct vein pattern. Novelty stones such as this were especially popular among the educated circles and wealthy patrons due to their rarity and material value. The painting was perhaps commissioned for private devotion or as a curiosity piece. Although in this pre-treatment photo on the left you can see it is covered in a very aged and yellow varnish, you can see that the composition is partially built around the veins in the stone, which create the effect of the clouds descending from the heavens towards the Virgin. Upon its arrival to the HKI, the condition of the painting was fair. There was some flaking mosses in the Virgin's robe. The varnish was very yellow and dirty, with imbibed dirt in the form of small ridges across the surface. The reverse is covered with a piece of slate on the bottom edge, followed by a wholesale application of plaster. This sort of mend is often found historically on stone paintings, where the stone has broken, and you can see the break just towards the bottom edge, extending from the left edge to the right. Unfortunately, there's not enough time today to go through all the technical findings of this study, but I will be sharing some key points with you today. Technical analysis was undertaken on the painting, with the research questions focusing on the materials and techniques of the artist, especially in the context of painting on stone. The infrared image revealed that there is no carbon-containing underdrawing. There is, however, some small pentimenti which indicate that the composition was slightly adjusted whilst painting, which is uncommon for stone paintings. The image also demonstrates the variegated patterns within the stone, which you can see running beneath the figures, and the way in which the natural pattern has been exploited to create the composition. The elemental maps provided by MacroXRF give some insight on the composition of the stone support. In areas where the support is exposed, a strong signal for calcium could be seen, and in addition, a seemingly matching sulfur symbol. Due to this, it was initially assumed that the support was of gypsum alabaster, consisting of calcium sulfate. The use of alabaster for this subject was common due to its associated symbolic meanings of the divine. A scraping of the support was also taken from the reverse and examined under polarized light microscopy. This suggested the presence of calcite. Therefore, it seemed possible that the stone could consist of calcite alabaster made of calcium carbonate. The two varieties are very similar in their optical properties as well as their translucence. However, calcite is slightly harder, whereas gypsum alabaster can be scratched with a fingernail. However, this support was too hard. On the left, you can see an example of a type of Peruvian alabaster which seems to match quite well visually to our support on the right. This theory, however, does not explain the presence of sulfur obtained from the MacroXRF maps. Just last week, I was able to do further testing with X-ray powder diffraction on another sample from the reverse. This analysis produces a graph in which the more intense peaks can be used to identify a sample mineral. In this case, there was a strong peak that you can see around 34, which indicates the presence of calcite. Visual comparison then allowed for the elimination of other calcite-based stones, such as marble and limestone, which allowed us to confirm that support was made of calcite alabaster, which is called calcite alabaster by archaeologists, and by geologists is called travertine. Calcite alabaster is a dense, non-porous stone, which can take a very good polish. The veins of the support indicate that it is rich in impurities, such as iron oxide, which indicates that it probably formed in a hot spring. Calcite alabaster today is quite a common material, but back in the 17th century it was a luxurious material. Despite its commonness, it was expensive to transport, to cut and to polish, and obtaining a higher quality piece of calcite alabaster such as this support would have cost you even more. This map shows the active hot springs that are producing travertine or calcite alabaster currently. We can see that close to Flanders, the closest sources would be Spain and Italy. It would therefore make sense that the artist obtained the stone whilst he was traveling in Rome. However, we cannot rule out further sources such as the Middle East and Egypt. Paintings on stone were usually partially left exposed were often primed with either an unpigmented oil resin mixture, including colophony, or an unpigmented mixture of colophony and mastic, heated and applied hot to penetrate into the stone surface. This priming was typically only applied to the areas that were to be painted, but not in the exposed areas of the stone. A cross-section of a loose red flake from the Virgin's robe shows the original red layers, followed by the non-original layers on top. In the UV light, we can see a very thin green fluorescent, presumably resinous layer beneath the paint, which cannot be observed under visible light in the exposed stone, in the areas of the exposed stone. The paint has been applied in great detail, presumably with the help of a magnifying glass and a very thin brush. Otherwise, the pigments that were used in painting the work consist of traditional 17th century pigments such as azurite, smalt, lead white, vermilion, red lead, verdigris, and earth pigments. The color of the stone has been exploited as a midtone, as you can see here in the face of the putti, but also elsewhere within the composition, such as the clouds. Another perhaps notable characteristic is the heavy use of lead, which seems to be included within almost all passages of the painting, presumably to help with drying. Prior to beginning the treatment, I think it's important to note that the XRD analysis had not been undertaken yet, and there was no secure identification of the stone. I therefore spent a considerable time researching paintings on stone, exploring this topic in the fields of conservation, art history, archaeology, and geology. Research on alabaster, whether it be gypsum or calcite, is quite limited, and there were only a few case studies that were relevant to painted surfaces. In general, we know very little about the interactions between paint and stone. It's certain that the degradation of the material over time differs from organic supports such as panel or canvas. However, this is also highly dependent on the stone that was used by the artist, as well as preparation processes of the painting. Further complication and confusion was presented by the mixed terminology, where calcite alabaster and gypsum alabaster are often used interchangeably, despite their differing properties. Furthermore, despite the results, it was still possible that this was another variety of stone entirely, so I did not want to rely on either hypothesis too much. The treatment of a painting when there was no certainty of the material properties and the sensitivities of the support was quite a daunting task. The solution to this challenge was navigated with collaboration and careful testing. During this time, I got in touch with several colleagues, including stone and object conservators, who gave me lots of helpful advice regarding the treatment and the next steps. The red robe of the Virgin was particularly unstable, with active flaking at the time of the conservation treatment. The overall adhesion of the paint to the supports was very poor. Poor adhesion on stone supports is often associated with varnish being included within the paint, and also it is found with particularly thick passages of paint. Whether this issue is caused by an inherent problem within the paint or some other reason is unknown, but the problem was only localized within this red passage. This seems to be a long-standing problem, and in the collar of the Virgin you can see a very early retouching of flaked gloss, presumably completed very soon after finishing the painting. Various conservators recommended the use of paraloid B72. After initial tests on the side of the support, I opted to use 15% paraloid B72, but with no heat, as calcite crystals are sensitive to heat. Instead, I used gentle finger pressure. Research and consultation of stone and object conservators revealed that gypsum alabaster is sensitive to anything aqueous and anything polar. No corresponding information could be found on calcite alabaster, but this was presumed to behave similarly, so it wasn't a great starting point. Testing on the reverse revealed that the stone had some sensitivity to longer exposures of water and acetone. I did opt, nevertheless, to clean with acetone due to the fast evaporation rate. Exposure was kept to the minimum, and I allowed the solvent to evaporate between the rolls of the swab. This also allowed to keep the cleaning simple, honing on my handling rather than testing various materials on the surface. The entire cleaning was undertaken carefully under the microscope, monitoring for any changes in color, UV fluorescence, and texture on the surface and on the swabs. As the cleaning progressed, it was perceived that sensitivity that was noted on the reverse was not occurring on the front. This might be due to the preparation of the stone prior to painting, which often included various elaborate processes of sanding and polishing. The cleaning revealed a lot of lovely, delicate original paint under the overpaint, which was very excessive, such as these clouds beneath the archangel's feet. This gritty overpaint contained lead and was mechanically removed under the microscope without scratching the soft stone. The red of the Virgin's robe remained problematic due to its poor adhesion. It was vulnerable both to mechanical action but also solvent action due to the use of paraloid B72. In these areas I used Evolon tissue, and I did further cycles of consolidation between the rolls of the swab. This is meant to say display. We don't know much about the display of paintings on stone. This painting comes framed into this wooden frame that has the appearance of a 17th century ebony and ormolu frame. The small bust that is attached to the top of the frame bears some resemblance to the Holy Roman Emperor Rudolph II. You can see, just about make out the lion-face shoulder pad that he wears and the Roman laurel on his head. Emperor Rudolph II was a known collector of Van Balen's work. I think this is quite an interesting detail that might point to the original patronage of the work. Research also led to the consideration of the play of light with the stone support. Several publications consider this effect, particularly on semi-transparent stones such as alabaster. There is a small loss in the backing of plaster and slate, through which I was able to shine some artificial light with a flashlight to replicate the effect of transmitted light on the painted scheme. This creates this lovely effect of divine light and really brings the scene to life. These small stone paintings were curiosity pieces. They were intended for a close inspection and intimate viewing, inviting the viewer to hold them in their hands and turn them around and observe them. Many alabaster paintings are also found painted on both sides. Removal of the plaster and slate, and there you can see the area. Removal of the plaster and slate were not pursued in the end due to the perceived fragility of the support, featuring various thin fractures running across it. Furthermore, on this occasion, time constraints were another limitation on fully exploring this avenue. I do want to acknowledge, however, that the current method of display without the possibility of backlighting does not fully honor the artist's intention. This would have, of course, dramatically enhanced the visual impact of the scene. It was a difficult decision, but I'm hopeful that it may receive more consideration in the future. This research has revealed information on the way in which a northern artist adopted an Italian practice in which stone plays an active role in the conception, execution, and interpretation of the painting. It exemplifies the circulation of techniques and methods between Flanders and Italy. It has also revealed the use of calcite alabaster and raised further questions on the acquisition of this material. How did the stone make its way to Van Balen's workshop from Hot Spring? Van Balen adapted his usual technique by including more lead in his paint, which he applied over transparent resonance localized priming. This treatment and study has revealed important information concerning not only the materials used in stone painting, but also their framing and display. For myself, this conservation treatment has taught the lesson that even when a material's unique properties are not fully or nearly at all understood, treatment can still be navigated in sensitive and careful ways. It ultimately also underscored the words of Gerry Hedley that we heard earlier today, the significance of interdisciplinary research in art conservation, combining art history, technical analysis, and material science, as well as collaboration with our colleagues within conservation and other disciplines to enrich our understanding of artworks. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for being here. So the talk I've prepared today will present the early stages of some research I'm currently undertaking for my dissertation project, the aims of which are to gain a clearer understanding and more consolidated picture of the extent and nature of conservation work easel painting conservators practicing in the UK today conduct with frames. So in terms of identifying a gap in literature, there certainly isn't a lack of material regarding frame conservation, be it histories or conservation methods, but the role and remit of the easel painting conservator within this field is less clear-cut. Educationally, training programs for painting and frame conservation are quite separate, and similarly, literature on each subject tends to fall into separate categories, with the majority of work about frames found within literature about furniture, gilded or polychrome objects. There is, though, undoubtedly an overlap, both in technical skills involved for the treatment of painting and frame, and an interconnectedness in the structural and aesthetic concerns for the conservation of painting as a whole object, inclusive of its frame. Both these considerations are raised by conservators I've spoken to and will be referred to later in more detail. From placements I've undertaken, which provide a more on-the-job approach to learning, it's become clear that working as a painting conservator in a UK gallery or museum today could involve, to a greater or lesser extent, at least some understanding of and ability to work with frames. So approaching the subject from the perspective of an early career painting conservator and hoping to get a more quantitative sense of how much and the type of work painting conservators today undertake in this area, and a qualitative sense of attitudes and changing narratives surrounding this. So a specific gap in literature for further exploration is ethical approaches and frameworks, and whether a more integrated approach to ethics is required that encompasses both painting and frame. Particularly in conservation departments without a frame conservator, I'm keen to get a sense of who advocates for the frame, the extent to which it is considered acceptable to alter a frame to meet the requirements of the painting, and whether this is dependent on the type of or importance of the frame. I consider casuist ethics, so a case-by-case approach using paradigms usually looked at in terms of modern works with unusual media, and adaptive ethics, whereby all artworks are not treated in exactly the same way to be useful frameworks, and would like to ask whether paradigms for an adaptive sliding scale could be applicable, whereby the modes of treatment of a frame in relation to its painting are flexible. For example, a composition ornament frame distinguished from an artist-made frame. So to give an overview of my research so far, my primary method has been a survey based on past facilities and staffing surveys by the UK Institute for Conservation. I've tried to mirror their approach of gathering both data and opinions, beginning with 4 very short data-driven questions to ascertain staffing levels and workloads, followed by more open, long-form questions inviting participants to share experiences from their conservation careers. To identify participants, I focused on publicly funded or local authority galleries and museums in the UK, often recipients of Arts Council funding. The practices of large national institutions like the National Gallery and Tate are well documented, with separate facilities and staff for painting and frame conservation, with collaboration between the two, and this could be seen as a sort of gold standard for this kind of work. I've initially decided not to contact private studios, so that the responses I receive about conservation decisions are motivated solely by collections care requirements, without the influence of a private owner. So I began by compiling a list of public galleries and museums in UK cities and cross-checking with the online database Art UK to ensure anywhere I contacted had a relevant collection of work, including easel paintings, and if so, proceeded to find out if they had a conservation department or conservator on their staff. During this process, there were 16 cities identified, which didn't have any or a significant public collection. So 60 institutions were contacted, with 26 responding that they have no in-house conservator or conservation department at all. Some previously having had one, some never having had one, and lots currently outsourcing work to local or ICON accredited freelancers on a needs basis. According to data sourced from Art UK, this encompasses 15,126 artworks, over 12,000 of which are paintings, without any on-site conservator or conservation facilities at all. 19 of the respondents so far do have an in-house conservator, such as a conservation officer, manager, preventative or object conservator, but the majority don't have a dedicated painting conservator, again outsourcing this work to freelancers. So far, 5 institutions with 1 to 2 in-house painting conservators have been identified, with some differences in their working patterns. So none of the respondents currently have an in-house frame conservator working with them. One has an in-house object conservator who undertakes structural work on frames, while the painting conservator undertakes more aesthetic work, such as retouching. And another institution has a frame conservation studio, which is rented out to a freelance conservator. While the majority of respondents indicated that there had never been a dedicated frame conservator role at their institution, one indicated there had been one some decades ago, and another that there had been a long-term frame conservator employed until 6 years ago, and this role had not been refilled due to funding cuts. with the exception of a 12-month fixed-term position which ended in 2023. The percentage of practical working time that painting conservators estimated to spend working with frames ranged widely from none of their time at all, this was at the institution with the rented out frame studio, to 50% of their time, and this was at an institution with only one painting conservator, indicating that they spend as much of their time treating frames as they do paintings. Where all conservation work was outsourced, it was indicated that canvases were treated more often than frames, and when they were, the same painting conservator was usually contracted to treat both. Only one-off events, such as a site reopening and a museum project, led to the treatment of multiple damaged frames at once and the commissioning of a specialist frame conservator to treat frames between miniatures. Moving on to the second part of the survey, 3 questions were posed designed to allow respondents to talk more widely about experiences from their career, firstly focusing on working with artist-made, artist-designed, painted or otherwise notable frames. Unsurprisingly, work on mid to late 19th century pre-Raphaelite frames was referred to most frequently, aligning with their significance to the resurgence of carefully considered design and craft after the proliferation of compo ornament earlier in the century. A particular example given was the extensive conservation of a frame for the William Holman Hunt painting Afterglow in Egypt, for the most part undertaken by an external conservator but overseen by the in-house painting conservator. Examination under magnification revealed that areas of decoration thought to be sgraffito were actually finely applied paint, and the top edge had a design hand-painted in a looser style than elsewhere on top of a gilded layer. Acting in a consulting role, it was ultimately the painting conservator's decision to preserve this layer, as there was a possibility that the artist might have been responsible for the change of execution. This is typical of paintings and frames by Holman Hunt, well documented in Townsend, Ridge and Hackney's work, which describes his incorporation of painted spandrels with trompe-l'oeil inscriptions into paintings to show an intended shape and design of frame from the offset, which could later be funded by purchasers. In contrast, another respondent described frames in their collection that were made by the artist through necessity from their desire to sell a work, but without the resources to engage a framer, resulting in improvised, poor quality frames, nonetheless still of some historical interest in relation to the artist's biography and the circumstances in which they produced the work. In response to a second question about utilising the frame practically and preventatively, respondents confirmed their frequent use of frames to microclimate paintings, to add perspex backing or use double frames to enable the display of double-sided works. One institution said that the majority of their works are glazed as display spaces are not climate controlled, perhaps indicating the long-term conservation of the painting taking precedence over alteration to a frame to accommodate build-up, backboard and glazing. The fragility of artist-designed frames, in particular a frame designed by Gluck for their 1932 painting The Devil's Altar and Holman Hunt's 1855 The Scapegoat, were emphasised, with very strict handling and display guidance put in place for the former, and the original frame being fully replaced by a replica for the latter. Reasons for this are given as damage as a result of rough handling, indicating the role played by the frame as an outer defence from mechanical damage to the painting, taking precedence over its aesthetic properties, and its past status as less precious than the painting, despite being explicitly an intentional part of the work, a view which now seems to be shifting to more equal care and consideration shown for both. Another solution to the display of very fragile artist-made frames, where a painting conservator was reluctant to separate the two, was the use of a box frame or glazed over frame, which does not come into contact with the original frame, in effect framing both painting and original frame as a single object in a similar manner to an altarpiece. The third question addressed shifts in attitudes and how these have been experienced by conservators working today. 2 conservators chose to quantify this through funding application narratives. One assessing a positive trajectory with increased interest in the conservation of notable frames by their successful commissioning of the treatment of over 20 frames in their collection, separately to paintings. Another found change to be institution-based rather than temporal, having previously experienced the conservation of frames as a priority at a relatively well-funded institution, but only having been able to fundraise for the conservation of 1 frame at their current institution, which has devolved charity status. So I'll now very briefly touch upon a secondary method of research for the project, for which I'm using some case studies of specific paintings with notable frames to explore their conservation histories. This is archive-based research looking at condition and treatment reports on record for both painting and frame. And the case study I'll introduce today is a painting from 1890 titled The Druids Bringing in the Mistletoe by 2 artists from the Glasgow Boys group, Edward Atkinson Hornell and George Henry. It's been chosen as the frame was designed by the artists and regarded by them as part of the artwork, with shapes such as the lunular ornament and materials from the frame, chiefly goldy, echoed within the painting itself. Though very concise, condition reports and treatment records for the work exist, spanning 3.5 decades, from 1989 until 2010. While reports from the 80s and 90s mention frame condition, only the painting is treated, mostly by surface cleaning, until the 2010s when both are treated together. Reports note the frame had previously been altered to accommodate perspex glazing, which was no longer in place by the 1989 condition report. The painting has multiple different partial coatings and glaze layers, but no uniform varnish, requiring fairly regular surface cleaning as a result. The addition of low reflectance glazing to the frame is proposed on multiple separate reports, but ultimately unacted on, perhaps reflecting the current tendency towards a minimally interventive approach to artist design frames, favoured in survey responses received so far. To summarise, the extent to which painting conservators work with frames in UK galleries and museums today is varied and unstandardised, but with the tone of responses all generally characterised as showing preference for a minimally interventive approach and approaching painting and frame as a whole object to be kept together where possible. There is an overarching narrative of increased care reflected in treatment, handling and display decisions, and a wider acknowledgement of the importance of frames to paintings through successful funding applications to treat notable frames. This is not really echoed in staffing levels or conservation facilities, however, with a small decrease reported in in-house conservator roles for frame conservators from 2 to none. So from such a small sample, it's quite difficult to ascertain the trajectory of painting conservator involvement in frame conservation as significantly increasing, decreasing, or remaining broadly the same over a long period of time. It is clear, though, that easel painting conservators' involvement in frame conservation is widespread, from consultation, roles, advocacy and responsibility for funding applications, and regularly carrying out some remedial treatment work. As I've discovered through this initial research, the overwhelming majority of conservation work on paintings and frames within public collections is outsourced to freelance conservators. So my next avenue of research for the project will be to identify conservators or studios who take up this work and assess whether their experiences align with or differ to those of in-house conservators. I just want to say thank you to all the participants in my project so far for the generosity of their time, and thank you everyone for listening.
Good morning. I'll be presenting on my final year research project titled A Mysterious Coachman, a comparative analysis of the materials and techniques used in a set of 18th century servant portraits at Erddig. Erddig sits just south of Wrexham in North Wales. The house was first commissioned in 1683 and was later sold to the London lawyer John Kneller in 1709. Following his death, it passed his nephew Simon York I, and it remained in the York family for 240 years until it was bequeathed to the National Trust in 1973. That's John Kneller. Philip York I, he was a squire at Erddig during the second half of the 18th century, and he began a tradition of servant portraiture. He commissioned a local Welsh artisan, John Walters of Denbigh, to represent 6 Erddig servants in canvas portraits to be displayed in the servants' hall. So from left to right, we have Jack Henshaw, the gamekeeper, Jack Nicholas, the kitchen porter, Edward Prince, the carpenter, William Williams, the blacksmith, Jane Eberl, a former housemaid, and finally the Wrexham-based butcher and publican Thomas Jones. Jones was not a direct employee on the estate, but his trade contributed to the working of the household. They were painted over a span of 5 years. Henshaw and Nicholas completed in 1791, Prince in 1792, Williams and Eberl in 93, and then Jones slightly later in 96. Philip York himself wrote a poem about each servant, and these are inscribed on painted stone plinths or scrolls next to the relevant sitter. The squire also wrote a 7th poem titled A Black, and this adorns a painting of a young coachman, the artist of which is unknown. The poem refers to a black horn player employed by John Kneller, but the identity of this sitter is not confirmed. And on beginning this project, the circumstances surrounding the creation of this painting and its inclusion within the portrait set were not clear. The tradition of servant portraiture continued into the 19th century. These 3 portraits by William Jones of Chester were added in 1830, but my project specifically focused on 7 18th century works. So in 1914, Albinea Lucy Cust wrote that they are not great works of art, but have a very distinct character of their own. This observation serves to highlight the primary reason for this study, in that historically these paintings have been perceived as low art, as a product of an artisanal art tradition made to be displayed below stairs, and thus less worthy of note. The lack of value historically ascribed to the paintings is evident from their physical history. On the left is a photograph taken in 1973, before the Trust's conservation of property. It shows Eberl with numerous canvas tears and a big loss. It is said that Eberl served as a makeshift dartboard with her eyes as the target. The coachman has seemed to have been similarly treated. The micrograph on the right shows a set of scratches in the horn that seem to have been made with a fork. More generally, the art historian Peter Lord notes that the contribution of painters in the craft tradition has been obscured by the exclusive emphasis placed by historians on the work of high art practitioners. And it may also be said that detailed technical study by conservators has tended to focus on high art. So this technical art historical investigation seeks to help correct this imbalance, drawing attention to a genre of painting previously excluded from mainstream art history. It aims to augment understanding of Walters and his practice. Previously, little was known of him other than his association with the Welsh town of Denbigh. It also aims to uncover more about the coachman. Technical analysis offers a fresh understanding of how and when it was painted and its relationship to the Walters set. And also placed in the broader context of persons of colour in portraiture, this study recognises and reinforces the importance of this painting, particularly at a time when discussions on race are prevalent in the heritage sector. So for this project, 3 paintings, the Coachman, Henshaw and Ebril, were transported to the Courtauld Conservation Studio for detailed investigation. The 4 remaining paintings were examined in situ, and I will briefly outline some of the findings on the Walters set and then focus primarily on the Coachman and the knowledge gained about its relationship to the other works. Walters seems to have limited his use of materials. As an artisan, it was likely that he was constrained by economic considerations. His palette is standard for the 18th century, but restricted to a few inexpensive, widely available pigments. Iron-containing pigments are used extensively, as is Prussian blue, here identified in samples taken from the sky in Ebril, and Jones's dark blue coat. More costly pigments like vermilion were used only sparingly. I have not been able to identify where he obtained his materials, but there seems to have been a limited choice in the locality. I did find that there was a druggist and colourman in Wrexham at the beginning of the 19th century. Alternatively, he may have visited Manchester. Records show that there were 2 colourmen operating there in 1794, but more work in general is required to document the trade in artists' materials in the provinces. While the materials are largely homogeneous, the portraits do vary significantly both in technique and style. For example, ground preparation, which ranges from single grounds to much more complex multi-layered constructions. A sample taken from Jones is in the top left, which shows just a simple lead-white preparatory layer, whereas Ebril's ground on the bottom left shows 4 layers with different concentrations of lead and chalk, ending with a chalk-rich brownish dead colouring, and the different amounts of chalk and lead can be seen in the calcium and lead maps on the right. There's also a marked stylistic development across time. These first 3 paintings, done in 1791 to 2, mirror kind of aristocratic portraiture of the time with Baroque columns and manor houses in the background, whereas the later portraits are much less formal, with the sitters juxtaposed with images of their work and workplaces. A plausible hypothesis for this disparity is that Walters was not working alone. Jones, pictured along the top, is particularly distinct. The script in the poem is much more print-like, and his face is more generic compared to Prince, for example, who is pictured along the bottom. He also stands out for the number of compositional changes seen in infrared, most significantly changes to the buildings. So this may suggest perhaps another less experienced hand struggling with perspective. And my hypothesis is that he was working with his family. So previously we did not even know Walter's birth and death dates, but through parish records I've been able to construct his family tree and found that his elder brother Edward and his first son John, highlighted in yellow, were also painters. So it seems likely that they had a studio together, and it may even be suggested that his son was responsible for Thomas Jones. He would have been 16 in 1796, so kind of plausible age for being apprenticed into the family business. Now onto the Coachman. It is visually unique in the set, being the only standard size 3/4 length canvas where the sitter is represented as a life-size bust. The Coachman is singular in its adherence to established portrait conventions. The materials and techniques are also distinct. It has a brown-coloured ground comprised of large aggregates of lead white, charcoal and iron pigments in a translucent chalk matrix with then a protein sealing layer on top. This sample is taken from his flesh. You can see that a reserve was left for the figure as the background paint does not extend beneath the brown paint layers. The Coachman is also more thickly painted with areas in impasto, like in his jacket buttons, shown on the left. In contrast, the paint in Walter's works is opaque but thinly applied, in the detail from Eberl on the right, you can clearly see the brown dead colouring beneath those thin paint layers. The palette is very similar, but with more vermilion and also the use of copper green for the livery, as shown in the Mercury map on the left and the copper map on the right. This would all suggest that the painting had different origins to the Walters set. What's more, technical analysis revealed that the painting had gone through several compositional changes during its life. The current background, the scroll, and his horn are all unoriginal to the painting. This is my timeline for the coachman. I believe it was first painted in the early 18th century and then went through 3 separate stages of alteration. The first post-1787, probably around the same time that the Walters paintings were created. The second post-1810, and then the final set of alterations later in the 19th century, and I'll now talk through how I arrived at this. So the original image depicted the sitter against a grey background of lead white, carbon black and iron pigments, and the layer is identified in the cross-section with the blue arrow. There is then a varnish separating this from subsequent paint, and that's shown with the yellow arrow. Dirt has collected both above and below this layer, suggesting that time passed before the varnish was applied and then again before any later additions. So it suggests a substantial time lapse. This is further supported by this cross-section taken from the edge of the scroll, where you can see that the grey background paint and the ground had already aged and cracked before that blue layer was applied. So we may surmise that it was painted earlier in the century. This is supported by the use of a colour ground, as in general. There was a move towards lighter coloured grounds at the end of the 18th century. So maybe it was done during John Mellor's time. Indeed, an entry in the Erddig accounts for 1718 notes the payment of 5 shillings to a black servant, but there is no further information about this individual or their occupation, so the painting may be of him or someone else entirely. So the X-ray also shows that it was originally an oval portrait, and this is further shown with the lead map, where the corners contain less lead, so appear slightly darker. This is a common portrait motif used in the portrait of Simon Yorke I, Philip Yorke's father on the right, and also in this portrait by Gainsborough of Ignatius Sancho. So we might surmise that the coachman was more like the Sancho portrait in its original form. Both sitters have their hands tucked in their waistcoats, and Arlene Mayer states that this trope was used to portray persons of quality and worth. Thus the coachman originally would have appeared more refined and in keeping with aristocratic portraiture of the day. So in the first stage of alterations was the addition of the blue sky and scroll. We know this was done first because they extend to the canvas edges, whereas other features do not. The later additions like the cloud and the horn were added once the painting was framed. Also part of this group of alterations is the inscription in the top left, which was revealed through infrared. This reads, John Hambo at the age of 25. The presence of this inscription has been known since 1996, but inaccurately recorded as Hamby rather than Hambo. And the micrograph on the right suggests that it was painted on the blue sky with then the clouds added at a later stage, which I'll come to later. The style of writing is the same as in the scroll, a detail of which is shown on the right, and the scroll must have been added after 1787 because it refers to William Wilberforce, who only began advocating against slavery that year. The writing is also akin to that in the Walters portrait, so a detail of the poem in print is shown bottom left. So it seems credible that the scroll blue sky and inscription were painted by Walters in order to bring the coachman in line with the other paintings. The second set of alterations is the addition of the pink clouds along the bottom half of the painting and some alterations to the figure. So this is a sample taken from his proper left sleeve. And you can see the pinkish grey cloud paint that's been added above that light blue layer, and that's shown with the yellow arrow. And then the copper green of his arm was extended over this layer, as shown by the sample, and also the X-ray detail, which shows that his arm was slightly widened. The sitter's head was also slightly enlarged, extending over the lead-rich blue sky, and that's why it appears slightly lighter in the X-ray. At this point, a second varnish was applied, as shown in the UV image of the cross-section. I think this was done after 1810 because it was around this time that barium sulfate was introduced as a paint extender. Barium was found in the extension to the head and in adjustments to the red jacket. And the barium-containing paint appears to extend beneath the horn, so hopefully you can see from the bottom right detail of the barium map. And we know that the horn was part of the third stage of alterations because it is painted on top of that second varnish, separated from the clouds below in this cross-section, the varnish highlighted with the yellow arrows. And this is supported by the infrared, where you can see the horn extending over the already complete jacket. It was also at this stage that the clouds in the top left corner were added to cover the inscription, as this also sits above that second varnish. And these final alterations seem to have been done with the aim of making the portrait comply more closely with the contents of the poem. So adding the horn better identifies him as he who blew the horn for Master Mellor, and also removing the inscription that names the sitter helps make the point that the information about him is meagre and little can be remembered now. So these alterations have not only changed the appearance of the painting but also its meaning. It was originally much more aristocratic in appearance. We still don't know if it was someone connected to Erddig or whether the painting was acquired elsewhere. But it seems to be the unoriginal poem. That's the only thing that connects it to the Walters set. It may have been Philip York's inspiration for the project or added to the set as an afterthought. So there are still some questions to be answered. It was a bit of a whistle-stop tour of my project, but I hope that this study will inspire further research into these paintings and others like them. And also, I hope it's highlighted the need for research into artisanal painting practice and how fruitful that can be, and also the need to better document the distribution of artist materials outside of London. Thank you for your attention.
I'd like to thank our first group of speakers and invite them onto the stage again. So yes, thank you Talia, Rebecca, Louisa and Megan. And we will now have a short discussion and answer some questions. So feel free to ask.
Hi. Good question, Rebecca. Thank you so much. Grateful. I just wondered whether the resonance priming posed a problem for you when you were doing
So when I was undertaking the cleaning, I had not found this source yet discussing the resonance priming, and because of this, as I said, I did do the cleaning under the microscope, and because there was that uncertainty of whether there was a priming, I did monitor the fluorescence of anything coming off with my swab. I monitored texture changes in the surface, especially in the areas of the exposed stone, where visually it looked like there was nothing on the exposed areas. But also under the microscope, I was not able to observe anything under the paint layer. So, yeah, it was difficult. It's not visible in looking at it under the microscope, but it didn't also seem to have any problems with the cleaning. The paint was remarkably stable, and Vasari, in his text, he writes about how these stone paintings, the paint melts into the stone, and that really looked like the case under the microscope. It was just a completely different effect from canvas and panel. Thanks.
I also have a question for Rebecca. So you mentioned how you showed us how there were cracks and losses within the backing and also cracks within the stone itself. So I was wondering if there was any further stabilisation or any other kind of interventions done on the stone support, or if it's something that is still left for the future, especially since you were talking about the possibility of the ambient light being shown from the back.
So it's difficult to assess the stability. With the backing, the painting is very solid. There's obviously no movement. It is difficult because some of these paintings, for example, the Perseus rescuing Andromeda that I showed you, that painting had a crack running through it before it was painted, and the artist sort of worked around the crack in painting. But in this case, it seemed that the cracks have occurred afterwards. Obviously, there's been a break in the stone. It might be sort of concurrent with that. But as it is with the backing, it was not in need of any further structural reinforcement.
Thanks for your talk. My question is to you. So thank you for your research and research projects. I wondered if you could tell us if you have any thoughts about looking at the later set and then the photographs and what sort of research might be done there, and maybe say what your experience of working at is like.
Okay. Well, I definitely think it's worth doing some more research into the later three portraits, especially in relation to the work I've already done, because it's possible that some of those later alterations were done in conjunction with those three paintings. In terms of working at Erddig, very rewarding. I mean, I got to speak to visitors and the volunteers. It did pose challenges working in a historic house. The lighting, for one, also the presence of other furniture in the room. My microscopy and sampling had to be done on a ladder because the paintings remained on the wall. So it was an experience and I learned a lot from doing it. But yeah, if at a future point the 4 paintings that I examined in situ could be taken down, maybe x-rayed, I think it would add some more information about paintings.
I have one question for that. I was wondering if you did any retouching and what medium compatible with stone, and how you would adjust your retouching technique. Seems very difficult. And if you didn't retouching, you would recommend.
Okay. Yes, so what I did fail to mention is that the treatment is still ongoing and the painting has been varnished, and the next step is the retouching. I did sort of play around and test different varnishes to really try and isolate that particularly fragile area in the red. But I have varnished with a paraloid to do a further consolidation, and then Larapol on top, and I will be retouching in Gamblin. I know another conservator, Ray Seekins, she's published recently on the ZKK and another transparent painting which was exhibited with transmitted light. After the treatment, she used watercolor. I did also try core colors in water, but I found it very difficult, and the adhesion to the stone and the surface was very poor. I hope that answers the question.
That's just a question for Talia. I was looking at when you listed all the different combinations of things you tried on the surface. And I saw more of your mixtures were with so EH9 versus EH6, and I was just curious if there was a reason for a preference of more of your mixtures with that particular stuff.
Yeah, given that EH9 has more of a hydrophilic quality than EH6, I thought it might be better at that cleaning action. There's also been some evidence from workshops that EH6 can pose a risk to some organic pigments. So I wanted to trial EH6 to see whether it would be better for removing dirt in case the layer had a more greasy aspect. But my focus was on EH9 because of its suitability for more sort of hydrophilic polar dirt action.
I have a question for Louisa. Thank you for your talk. I think it's a really good topic to talk about, because it comes up in my thinking on how to practice, what should students learn. So, I mean, it's a big topic and you probably haven't got time to cover everything, but I was wondering about whether you're thinking also about educational differences and opportunities between the specialism of painter's conservation and frames conservation, because my impression is that there's actually a lack of opportunities for sort of the professionalised education of frames specialists. And is that something you've run into in your conversations? Have you spoken to actual frames conservators and how they're experiencing the impact that that might have on their role in the conservation of frames more broadly?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for your question. That's certainly a huge topic that I need to look into in a bit more depth. So I kind of started the project just because I was interested from my own experiences of conservation education, touching upon frames but in quite a brief way, and then the contrast with that sort of lack of training, contrasting with the amount of work done in some of the institutions I was talking about. So I haven't actually talked to any frame conservators yet about their experiences, but I think it certainly seems like an area that is quite like unformalised, as you said. So there's really not any in-house frame conservator roles that I encountered in the more regional galleries, and I think that is reflected in training opportunities. So yeah, there's a lot to get a grasp on. In terms of that, it's quite broad, but hopefully by the time I've finished and spoken to more conservators, more freelance conservators as well, and frame conservators, I'll get a bit more of a clearer picture of how everything interacts in that kind of way.
Okay, so I would like to thank again our first group of speakers, Talia, Rebecca, Louisa, and Megan. Well done.
Welcome back, everyone. I'd like to introduce our next group of speakers, Maria, Catherine, Elizabeth, and Joanna, beginning with Maria.
Well, hello everyone.
I'm going to be presenting today my ongoing research project. This is pigment binders and algatoring. It's a study of aging factors such as light, moisture, and heat into binding materials using madder red and also known as alizarin crimson, for the study of bitumen craquelure in oil painting. So this presentation today will have 7 different stages. The first one is how did we end up here, like what I'm presenting this to you. Then it's explaining a little bit about algatoring. Then it will come at the discussion of materials to study, which involves grounds, binding materials, red lake pigment. Then it will be a little question: is the lake pigments the problem when we study like algatoring in some areas? Then it will be a discussion of the methodology. The last part will be some in advance result. As I said, this is an ongoing still project. And then what's the next part? So I decided to study algatoring as I started my master's degree in Northumbria. I encountered this painting, which is my project piece that I have been working on for the past 2 years. But it had those specific passages, as you can see from the images, that some sections develop alligator, craquelure, also known as bitumen. But there was a specific case where in the left side, where the frame was covering the painting, there was no sort of like craquelure wall. In the other side, it is available, as you can see in the image right in the left. So this painting was unvarnished. It might have some sort of like temporary coating, as it yellowed very badly, it darkened very poorly, and is basically the reason why I started looking at these pigments. Mostly because the areas did not focus on any browns or blacks, as bitumen is normally associated with. So this is algatoring, also known as bitumen cracks, or also as bitumen. Here's a few case studies so you can see it and appreciate it. So basically, this is a craquelure that deforms the painting, considered as irreversible. It's a problematic that affects collections in North America, Europe, and Australia. It affects finally division of the painting, as in dark packages, dark areas. It looks lighter because it reduces the contrast as it exposes ground. In mid-tones, it subtracts the perception of the hue, so it looks, the paint area looks thinner. And in light areas, brush strokes effects is just reduced. So in literature, when we look it up, many authors write about algatoring as being more a mistake of the artist, as materials might have been mishandled, or they decide to use materials such as asphaltum or bitumen that were known for them, like causing this sort of distortion. So it happens mostly, or the most encounters works are in the 18th and 19th century. It seems to be that happens mostly in British paintings, even though there is some findings in French artists who also, well, they spend time in the UK. But bitumen or asphalt was not only used during this period. There is also a few findings of like earlier Italian treatises where they were discussing using asphaltum in flesh tones. So that would be part of the advance of like, should we always consider asphaltum as being like causing damage of these distortions? So to consider that, I started looking at the areas where it was, where like the UK, where like big parts of it can be other discussions. So for example, if we have if the discussions in England in the 19th century, we have industrialization to be a big part of it. So not only asphalt should be only material that should be looked at. As industrialization happens, there is a lot of like authenticity with the material that becomes problematic, which guides us through thinking that other materials can be the cause. So, for example, Leslie Cartwright discusses that asphaltum or bitumen colors sold by colormen were not even a mixture of these sort of like this sort of material. They were made out of black, yellow lake, and aniline black. So to consider that like
no, we always have to look up bitumen, and this research will go on for looking outside of using like asphalt or anything like that. So they started using this sort of like material just to give it a look of like that Rembrandt kind of like deep glossy, rich black tones. Other artists that were known for using it was Sir Roger Reynolds and John Constable. So lastly, we're going to discuss how different the drying cracks are from aging cracks. So different from aging cracks, drying cracks that will only expose the ground, different than aging that will go through the whole several layers of the painting. Then we will have to discuss in this what it means, or like what is actually processing drying. So there is a division of two parts of the process. The first one that is when the diluent evaporates, and the second one when the actual real drying happens. That is when the layer starts absorbing the oxygen in the air, and this causes a chemical process that will over a long time distort this sort of thing. So considering that this is the material, when the material cross-links, and also visually when it becomes harder and denser. So to conclude this area, we need to look up like how in literature bitumen and algae has been described. So basically, any moment that when an oil painting has a sort of bitumen, it's always considered that it must have alcohol on it, or there should be some sort of material, like this material is present to causing the damage. However, there has been many parts in like more recent discussions that they combine that asphalt is not present in many of the situations, and also some recreations of 19th century Winsor and Newton paints that use bitumen. They show that the material doesn't migrate, nor wrinkle or crack. So that takes us apart and start like looking at other materials or other processes that can cause this algae. So the first one could be binding materials, which is for the interest of this study, ipoxy, linseed oil, and poppy oil. So linseed was known more for its traditional uses through centuries, but it also proves to like harden and it being more durable than it was either poppy or nut oil that were also used during the 19th century. It was found that it had like more of a siccative proportion. Mockley writes that it is more prone to acidity because of how it was extracted, which can cause crackling in the end. Then also their purifying affects their drying aid. So for example, you can encounter cold press, refine, or stand linseed oil, which both dry in different procedure. For the interest of this study, I decided to use cold press oil as it was like the less treated. Then we also have poppy oil that in the writing is described that it can be, it will take more time into drying, and it will start crackling in under less extreme circumstances that, for example, linseed would do. Leslie Carlisle writes in the Artist Assistant that the oil has an inferior strength or tenacity compared to linseed oil, but it became quite popular in the 19th century due to like its paler color. So when it was bind with like lighter colors, it would actually it would not have this like yellow tonality that linseed has. So recently in 2023, Raquel Marquez completed her doctoral dissertation on alligator, and she started this study looking at how like damage or deterioration could happen only looking at like linseed oil binders. So they consider that these have a higher degree of oxidation than other materials, and that also rich in polar fatty acids and the acids. So this would be the first stage that we look at during this study. Then it will be the grounds. So grounds are, as we all know, any like specific base that will cover the whole painting. So having any instability or any problems with the grounds itself that will cause later on damage. So for example, Keck in 1969 proposes that insufficient mature grounds, which are those that are like plastic, viscous, and soft, can cause problematics to the painting when this was going to be applied and later dry. So it is considered that fat grounds, for example, as we have in the picture in the right, that contain oil, they don't fully dry. It's quite hard, and this can cause distortions, but also this, for example, can make the paint layer, make it really hard to stick to it. So when we have reached a medium ground, we need to examine the drying process, which will first involve that the properties of the ground and how it would interpret the paint will be difficult. As the more medium, it can cause and be more prone to more shrinkage. Then the cohesive energy of the paint, which is the ability to maintain its structure while it's drying, it would be surpassed by the shrinking forces that it will make a crack. And lastly, the shrinkage forces, when they are too strong, the bond between the paint and the ground will overcome, and that will cause detachment, as we basically see it as flaking. Lastly, I have red-like pigments. So for the study, I focused on madder red, as in the examination of the painting, it was found through XRF that there was the presence of madder. So this was pigment that has been used throughout history. However, there is a rebirth of this tone during the 18th and 19th century, more specifically 1977, when it's remade based on turkey red structures. So, for example, I decided to focus more on reds as I was having more of these passages in my painting, but also there is not enough research when you look up alligator that is based on red and green areas. So they are known for pigments in general for their poor drying quality. It is also in the description that lake pigments tend to be in the 19th century quite gel or very fatty, those that were sold on tubes. So for example, it was more recommended to artists to actually make their own lake pigments at home, buying the pigment powder. So considering that specifically, for example, madder red has an aluminum base, some authors refer that this has been, this is more prone to fattening as the oil and the paint start separating. Then, due to this also, it will cause a higher degree of hydrolysis to happen, which will produce more free carboxylic acids, which will make the paint soft. And lately, and lastly, the painting, specifically red-like madder pigments, are very sensible to light, as these are organic materials that tend to absorb light and go under chemical changes. They are also very photochemical unstable, which means that the light exposure can break down the chemical bonds in the pigment. And lastly, the lack of light whiteness. So this takes us to the assumption that ag-like pigment is the problem. And that's something that we need to look at as we are deciding to step away from asphalt and to look at alligatoring and be more prone to this area. So for example, Chimasu in 2015 describes how lake pigments with a potassium aluminum sulfate contribution, they have a poor drying qualities of oil paint, as this material releases protons by hydrolysis, causing the paint to become more acidic. Normally, oil paint can compensate for this acidity due to the binding available ions, but when there's a small amount of pigment, as it happens when you bind lake pigments, and it is very hard to maintain the pH, which makes it more difficult to counterbalance, as there is a shortage of metallic ions. And lately can also be another issue when we talk about highly unstable chemical structures. So to talk about the experiment, this is the setup I created. So I followed 3 different recipes of 19th century, two are 19th century winter and 19th century recreations of madder red pigment, and the last one is the recipe that got from the Kremer website. They were bound using 2 different oils, cold pressed linseed oil and poppy oil, and this is also the base that the sample has. So we had a line that we have a line that is the pigment 1 based on binding olive oil and linseed oil, and then line 2 that is the same pigment but bind with poppy oil. These were take 6 different samples, so it can be taken like standard variation hard enough for glossimetry and colorimetry. They were also aged at different stages. One was light aging, the other one was RH and temperature, and the other one will be both combined. So then the following up will be the extracting of the pigment, which was done just part of like trying to recreate the 19th century process. Mostly of them use potassium aluminum potassium sulfate using borax, and the other recipe use soda crystals. Then the binding was done measuring the amount of pigment compared to the amount of oil that will be quantity in drops using a pipette. And then the aging stages were these 3 parameters set up: a light aging that was 122 hours for 200 lux. Then a third cycle of heat and moisture cycle that was 40 degrees with 80 RH, and then a second cycle that would be 80 degrees to 80 RH. In order to show the results, as I said, this is still ongoing research, so I will focus on the first pigment recipe combined with linseed oil. So these are just how the first sample that was both exposed to light and the different heat and moisture cycles shows. So it's seen that it has darkened and it has loosened some of the fluorescence. Then when we look it up FDIR, it was found that, well, you can see different peaks showing madder red, gypsum that was used, traditional gesso, and linseed oil, but also there is a specific pattern that has happened after the first cycle of heat and moisture aging, which is the appearance of those peaks marked in blue, which show hydrolysis happen and the painting starting to turn more acidic, which you start seeing the changes. And visually, you start seeing this way. So before aging is very stable. After like aging in the first cycle, there is still some cracking, or like some distortion being formed. And then in the last stage, we can see some distortion actually happen, and the color turning more darker. But we also have these, I also have taken colorimetry results, which have shown how it has darkened it. It has turned to be a little bit more red, but still like not as much as when it first like was after light aging, and then it has yellow. Then what is next in my research will be, first I'm doing a second round of aging to my sample that is different than the first one that were made with traditional gesso grounds. These ones are made with lead white grounds, just to see how different exploration would be. For example, this is just the first after the, these are like before the aging happens, compared to linseed to poppy oil. So the recipes actually look quite different to each other. As second recipe tend to be way harder to find. And I would like to thank my supervisors and thank you all for your attention today.
Great. Hello, everyone. My name is Catherine Dussault. I'm a graduating third year, and today I'll be presenting my dissertation, research I conducted here at the Courtauld in my last year. This study used data drawn from conservation-specific archival material for comparative analysis in a compilation of a survey regarding the materials and techniques of artist David Maurier in his creation of an extensive series of military portraiture detailing costumes of the British Army in the mid-18th century. Materials reviewed included written and photographic documentation compiled by students of the Courtauld Institute of Art between 2006 and 2023. 76 portraits attributed to Maurier and belonging to the Royal Collections Trust have been examined, analyzed, and treated by students of the Courtaulds to number 82 portraits after the current first years complete their contributions, which represents a unique well of technical information regarding the specific artist and the materials and methods of his practice that has not been analyzed collectively prior to this study. The key aims of this project were twofold. The first of which was to use the data, observations, and materials included in the student reports to determine elements of Morié's practice, identifying, if possible, what the trends and deviations in the reported observations may be and what they signified, which observations might apply to original materials and technique, and which are the product of historic interventions, if any, whether any new observations could be made by considering the data from the set collectively as opposed to individually, and whether any specific trends in materials and techniques apply to this series amongst Morié's larger oeuvre and within greater contexts of 18th century practice. The goals of the first aimed also prompted consideration of whether the materials and observations in these student reports would be successful at answering these questions, bringing about the second aim, which is for this project to serve as a case study for the use of conservation-specific documentation in such research. The high number of portraits from Morié's regimental series with documentation and data in the Courtauld archive provides a large repository of information, both quantitative and qualitative, to attempt such a survey. And the process of using student-created documentation as a primary source of information was in itself a unique opportunity to evaluate the specific strengths and weaknesses of modern conservation documentation in the context of such questions. Anglo-Swiss painter David Morié specialized in military portraiture, quickly acquiring the royal patronage of Prince William Augustus, the Duke of Cumberland, after his arrival in Britain in 1743. In the years of his employment for the Duke, Morié worked prolifically, creating a large body of work of British military subjects, including portraits of named individuals such as the Duke himself and other members of his circle, battle scenes, and an extensive portrait series comprised of over 100 individual works completed between 1747 and 1760, which documented the uniforms of regiments of the British and Allied armies. These series of portraits depicted unnamed individuals of groups or groups of individuals from army regiments under the Duke's command, presenting highly detailed examples of equipment, weaponry, horse tack, dress uniforms, and occasionally the drill or march poses for each of the regiments included. These portraits were commissioned by the Duke following the issue of a series of royal warrants pertaining to dress orders aiming to regulate and reform military costume, begun by the Duke's father, King George II, and enforced by the Duke himself. As such, these objects stand as important examples within a long tradition of documentation of military costume in British art history, a tradition with a shared visual language to which Morié's extensive series both ascribes to and exemplifies. Though much study has been conducted on the materials and techniques of Morié's 18th century contemporaries, little is known of the technical aspects of Morié's working practice from historical record. No historic record is known regarding the details of the commission of Morié's series, and previous academic research that includes Morié's works is encompassed by the historical analysis of scholars and enthusiasts of British military fashion, which often regards Morié's artistic works as primary source documents in and of themselves. Such literature sheds light on the circumstances surrounding the regimental commission, but provides little insight into the technical elements of Morié's artistic practice, aside from two repeat observations. The first, that based on historical knowledge of when and where specific troops were stationed, it is unlikely that most of the Morié compositions could be based on individuals from the regiments they depict, and therefore speculate that the portraits were drawn from patterns rather than from life. And two, that the regimental commission was likely executed by several individuals under the instruction of a controlling influence, in acknowledgement to the large scope of the project and the high level of detail required. As such, questions about potential evidence of workshop practice and the techniques of assembling the compositions became two primary focuses of the comparative analysis of this survey. Of the paintings attributed to Morié belonging to the Royal Collection, 120 were grouped by historians Miller and Donnet in this study, refers to as the Regimental Commission set, based on their similar size and the depiction of an unnamed individual from a specific regiment, with subgroupings based on military identification as well as attribution date. 82 individual portraits attributed to David Morié from the collection of the Royal Collections Trust have been brought to the Courtauld's Conservation Department for treatment in the years between 2006 and 2024. As a function of this treatment, detailed reports reporting the material condition, technical analysis, art historical research, and conservation treatment performed for or on each portrait were compiled by these students and are now cataloged in the department archives. Reports include written and photographic documentation, as well as technical imaging and analytical results. Technical analysis and imaging conducted in many of the reports includes X-radiography, UV photography, raking light photography, IR reflectography, light microscopy, canvas thread count, fiber analysis, paint cross-section analysis, chemical staining tests, and both XRF and SEM-EDX elemental analysis. 72 of those reports were analyzed for this survey. For practical considerations, in this study, assessment of the reports was performed with the use of a tailored Google form, with specific questions and checklists pertaining to the areas and data of interest, which in deference to the time limit of this project was restricted to the categories of supports, preparatory layers, and limited observations on the paint composition and layering. After submitting data from all reviewed reports, the spreadsheet produced contained results that could be comparatively reviewed across the set. 70 columns of information for each report, which could then be tallied and cross-referenced and which enabled the efficient comparison of data sets. The data was then used to create tables displaying complex comparative data relationships for the identification of trends, deviations, and overall variability, such as characteristics from material components organized either by attribution date or by compositional subject. So now I'll turn to some more of the choice results of that data processing. Upon review, a major unifying characteristic of the Regimental Commission portraits was dimension, with a few notable exceptions. Of the 72 paintings considered in the survey, 66 fall into what I've dubbed as the small format category, the lower layer, with largely consistent dimensions around 51 by 41 centimeters. Of the 6 paintings larger than this format, only 2 canvases represented a significant scale difference, and both of which are portraits of named individuals not considered as belonging to the Regimental Commission set. Analyzing this consideration in light of period convention contextualized the deviation further, as these large format examples represented dimensions consistent with commercially available prepared canvases of the time period. Alternatively, the small format dimension, largely consistent to those portraits from the Regimental Commission set, is significantly smaller than any of the standard sizes routinely supplied by 18th century colormen, indicating that the sizing of Morié's small format canvases may have been a bespoke production specific to this series, with the auxiliary supports and possibly canvas prepared within Morié's studio for the commission or specially requested of a supplier. Jumping off of that idea, comparative analysis of the characteristics of the auxiliary supports yielded additional inferences, this time in regards to originality and historic conservation interventions. As to the question of which of these 3 auxiliary support types constituted the original type used by Morié in the creation of the series, the material characteristics of the auxiliary supports themselves provided little insight. But cross-referencing the auxiliary support type against data concerning the primary supports yielded more suggestive conclusions. One significant clue in this vein corresponds to instances of lining. For the strainer grouping, 97% of the paintings on strainers are unlined, with only 1 instance of a lined painting being stretched onto a strainer support. Additionally, only 30% of the unlined canvases on strainers were noted to bear evidence of restretching in the form of empty tackles, etc. The 4-member stretcher category, on the other hand, were on the majority lined, and all of the unlined examples on 4-member stretchers featured notable evidence of restretching. And finally, the 5-member category, of which 100% of the examples were lined, with the additional factor that a number of these reports noted stretcher bar marks that did not correlate to the 5-member stretcher dimensions. All of that considered, combined with additional material evidence on dimensions, canvas trimming, etc., pointed to the conclusion that the strainers constitute the original auxiliary supports, and with the 4 and 5-member structures replacing strainers in specific instances most likely associated with the lining campaigns. A conclusion that could not have been drawn so definitively without considering the Morié portraits collectively in the process of this survey. In terms of preparatory layers, the number of layers and material contents of the ground layers varied significantly across the set, but can be grouped into the dominant categories by layer number. And within the double layer ground grouping, a further division into 2 subcategories, those with evidence of an organic interlayer between successive ground applications and those without. though the materials and morphology observed in all variation of these ground compositions is consistent with other documented 18th century examples, in particular with commercially prepared grounds in Britain, the high degree of variability in ground presentations, including within each subgrouping, across the set was unexpected for such a consistently composed series, with implications for the inferences to be made about Maurier's working practice, as well as the quality of the data on ground composition itself. Here's just a small sample set of paint cross-section samples displaying the variation present across the subgroupings, including variation in materiality and morphology, such as the pigments used to tint each ground layer, the relative thickness of the layers, etc. The sum of the degree of variation could be accounted for by inaccuracy in the data observed, including the result of user error, such as inaccuracy in identifying the materials and morphology of the samples that could come from student inexperience, incomplete paint sampling in cross-section analysis, etc. Not all of the variability could be accounted for in this way. Ordering the ground type instances by attribution date also did not reveal any trends or major consistencies across the set. Nor did ordering the instances by compositional groupings set out by historical research. The high degree of variability in the ground compositions across the set was further contextualized by instances of pieced canvases, 4 total paintings of the set of the 72 reviewed. This was an observed original technique of assembling supports from multiple pieces of canvas that upon technical inspection revealed a variability in the ground composition from strip to strip within even these individual compositions. So, even taking the potential pitfalls and the quality of the data in itself into account, the evidence for variability in the materiality of the preparatory layers of these paintings has implications for the understanding of Maurier's working practice, such as the potential for the simultaneous purchase and use of pre-prepared canvases from multiple suppliers, occasionally even to compose a singular image. Another unifying material characteristic of the set is the evidence of underdrying, or rather lack thereof. Only 4 reports of the set indicate underdrying visible in IRR, which would indicate underdrying in carbon-based materials. Of those, only 2 can be confirmed by visual analysis within this study, and featured only minimal underdrying that did not correspond to the current composition. Significance of the lack of evidence for underdrying, at least in carbon-based materials, for such an extensive and detailed painting series, such as the Regimental Commission, prompted further questions about the compositions and how they may have been planned. Which brings me to visual analysis. In addition to the technical data and observations drawn from the reports, this survey incorporated visual analysis, including the use of digital manipulation, of the compositions of Maurier's series informed by the material knowledge drawn from the reports, and vice versa, to further develop the understanding of the artist's formulaic technical approach to the execution of these works. Repeat use of postures for the figures of the standing soldiers with near identical relative sizing and placement of limbs indicates the likelihood that the body forms of the figures were drawn from preset designs rather than from life, as suggested by the research of military historians. The use of digital overlays created from photographs of multiple compositions emphasize the exacting similarities between the figures' bodies and across the portraits. The horses in particular display obvious trends in the execution of particular limb and head placements and contours, with the replication of front leg sets, back leg sets, and faces, occasionally flipped or mirrored from one composition to the next. Digital overlays of some of these examples show near exact similarity, while the comparison of physical tracings I created from a small set of Maurier paintings in the Courtauld department illustrated that similar elements, though not exact copies, show a strong consistency in proportionate sizing. These observations on visual consistency amongst the set, combined with the various technical knowledge gleaned from the report survey, advocates for the existence of a meticulous pre-planning stage for the execution of these works, likely in the use of numerous reference images that could be copied from element by element, possibly with the aid of tracing or cartoons. Those inferences, taken with the lack of evidence for carbon-based underdrawing throughout the set, lends credence to a hypothesis that underdrawing is present, but in a non-carbon-based medium. The technique used in the execution of the faces varies across the set, with many being rendered with mere cartoonish simplicity, while others feature a high degree of realism within the limitations of the small canvas size. The large degree of variation in style and technique in the execution of the facial features across the set provides strong evidence for the presence of multiple artists in the creation of the series. Additionally, while visual consistency across the set for specific compositional elements, such as the uniforms, and inconsistency with others, such as the faces, within individual works advocates for the presence of multiple individuals participating in the execution of each work, with each canvas passed from hand to hand for differing stages of production. The use of extensive pre-planning of compositions would be reasonable expectation for the practical execution of a series of this scope, and as with the analytical results, supports a formulaic, staged approach to the execution of these compositions, bolstering conclusions that the series was created in a workshop setting with a controlling influence. I'll end here with some photographs of my own moire, both before and after my treatment. In terms of technical study, the survey of the data held in the conservation documentation was successful in identifying the common materials and techniques in the chosen categories observed across Moirier's Regimental Commission series, and in the identification of several key correlated trends across the set and within subgroupings, allowing for specific conclusions to be drawn about the materials specific to the series and how they were used in the execution and commission of this breadth and type. Instances in which trends and correlations were not identified or deviations were noted were also found to be significant, as they raised specific questions regarding previously accepted inferences about the series, as well as the validity of the considered data itself. On the whole, the student documentation and associated materials utilized in this study were found to be of a high enough quality and level of detail to provide a comprehensive view of each portrait individually and to enable meticulous and methodical comparative analysis across the set as a whole. As such, the information gleaned from these reports serves as a positive case study, advocating for the potential value of these reports and their components across institutions and disciplines, and has prompted possible avenues of future research studies on this series, as well as others documented within these reports. I'll finish up with a thank you to everyone who helped along the way, including all of you. Good morning, my name is Elizabeth, and today I'm going to present my third year project with the title Evaluating 4 Selected Microimaging Techniques for the Examination of Paint Surfaces, a Comparative Study. The advent and development of new imaging techniques over the last decades has had a profound impact on the field of paintings conservation. They have become indispensable in their function of aiding in the research and documentation of conservation work, especially in their ability to reveal things that cannot be seen with the naked eye. While macroimaging techniques like X-radiography or infrared reflexography can reveal underlying layers and information about the structural makeup of paintings, microimaging techniques enable the observation of paintings and material phenomena on a microscopic scale, which would otherwise remain invisible. One of the areas of application of these techniques has long been the evaluation of cleaning systems and their effect on painted surfaces. Combined technical research methods have made significant advances in characterizing and understanding material sensitivities and deterioration phenomena, as well as in assessing cleaning methods, but they often focus on specific case studies, sample sets, or particular cleaning approaches, and are limited in providing more general results. This project therefore derived from extensive and varied research that has been widely published, but aimed to shift the focus away from an evaluation of the effectiveness or suitability of selected cleaning methods and towards a comparative study of the imaging techniques themselves and the analysis of their capabilities and constraints. The aim was to take not only a scientific approach, but also an empirical one to incorporate the considerations and implications to practical conservation in interpreting the materiality and stratigraphy of a painting structure. In my project, I wanted to explore the use and applicability of 4 different methods of digital high-resolution microimaging techniques, evaluate their ability to examine paint surfaces, and compare the results of their application by identifying their strengths and limitations. An array of samples was selected on which various cleaning tests were carried out. The samples, any surface phenomena, and the effects of the cleaning tests were examined using A. Light microscopy at the Courtauld Institute of Art, Hyrox digital microscopy at the Victoria and Albert Museum, the Tate Britain, and the National Portrait Gallery, secondary electron microscopy at the Physics Department of King's College London,
and confocal fluorescence laser scanning microscopy at the Istituto di Fisica Applicata in Florence. In addition to the more prevalent techniques of light microscopy, HYROX and SEM, which are already being frequently used, part of the study was dedicated to the exploration of confocal fluorescence laser scanning microscopy, CFLSM in short. And for the sake of simplicity, I will be using either this abbreviation or referring to it as confocal fluorescence microscopy throughout the remainder of my presentation, just because it is a bit of a mouthful. So far, only other confocal imaging techniques that are based on similar technical principles, but without the addition of laser-induced fluorescence, have been employed in paintings conservation research, but never CFLSM itself. It was thereby a dedicated aim of this project to put a special focus on the possibilities confocal fluorescence microscopy offers as a novel tool in regard to its potential use in conservation science and practice. The 4 instruments were chosen due to their diversity and relevance to current analytical research. The aim was to contribute to a growing body of information and to add new insights into the options available to practicing conservators and conservation scientists. To compare and evaluate the abilities of the 4 selected imaging techniques, the micrographs obtained were described and analyzed along 3 categories. 1, the effects the cleaning method had on the varnish layer. 2, the surface appearance of the affected area. And 3, any technique-specific features that could be observed. For the purpose of the study, samples from 2 test paintings were examined. Test painting 1, a section of a varnished oil painting dating from the late 19th century, and test painting 2, a section of a painting of the Last Supper by an unknown artist dated to the late 17th or early 18th century. Both paintings are of only partially known origin and have an unknown physical history and precise material composition, which mirrors a common real-life scenario in conservation practice, wherein conservators frequently lack such comprehensive information prior to treatment. For HYROX imaging, an additional selection of naturally aged oil and acrylic paint samples was examined to explore the instrument's specific capabilities. All samples were chosen to represent a range of surfaces and variety of materials. To be able to examine changes in surface topography and texture due to practical intervention, various varnish removal tests were carried out on the test paintings, using different solvents and application methods, including free and gelled solvents and laser removal. Starting with the most widely used and foundational of the techniques, the light microscope. For this study, the Leica M165C stereo microscope at the Courtauld Institute of Art was used, which offers both optical analog observation and digital image display on a monitor. Overall, and as expected, it proved to be a good imaging technique to get an overview and provide a foundational starting point for the visual examination of the cleaning test samples. However, when comparing a micrograph taken by the Leica to an image of the same area that was acquired with the HYROX microscope, the differences between the 2 techniques become quite noticeable. And because the HYROX is a relatively new technique, or at least assumingly so to a student audience, I'd like to briefly point out a couple of findings from my project concerning its unique possibilities. What greatly differentiates the HYROX from standard light microscopy is its automated multifocus ability, which enables exceptionally clear depth of field observation. By scanning the sample along the X, Y, and Z axes, a fully focused image of even very textured or impastoed surface could be acquired. This exceptionally high resolution and high magnification along all focus planes enables the optical differentiation between multiple layers of varnish, surface dirt, and different paint media. And even though depth penetrating analysis was not possible with the HYROX, the paint layer can be observed through transparent and even discolored varnish layers. Examination and identification of pigment particles, surface phenomena such as protrusions, bleaching of binding media, and effects or potential residues of cleaning agents was possible, and it was further found that under high magnifications of 1,000 or over, fiber identification without the need of taking a sample was possible. In addition to the examination of the surface of the painting, the tools used to carry out cleaning tests, so for example cotton swabs or polyurethane sponges, could also easily be examined with the HYROX, and pigment particles could be clearly differentiated from surface dirt. Due to these objects' three-dimensionality, this would be impossible with a light microscope without the multifocus abilities. The HYROX also offers 3D profiling capabilities, which generate three-dimensional representations of the sample surface. 3D model information can then be displayed and manipulated, and multiple measurement features are available, such as height and width or area volume calculations. These features were incredibly useful in understanding and comparing the topography, texture, and relief of the samples. Another main advantage of the HYROX is its variability. The microscopes can be equipped with a wide range of magnification lenses, stand and lighting options, all of which can be selected and customized to suit individual requirements. For this project, 3 setups of the HRX1 microscope were tested with different lenses and light sources, each of it with its own strengths and weaknesses. At the Conservation Science Department at the V&A, the HYROX was used with a lens with a magnification range of 20 to 2,500, whereas the lens used at the National Portrait Gallery had a magnification range of only 20 to 160. For both these setups, the lenses were mounted on a tabletop, motorized free angle stand, which you can see on the image on the left, and the samples were placed face up on the stages. At the Conservation Department of the Tate Britain, the microscope was mounted on a horizontal T-stand, so it could be used upright to look at entire paintings, and was adapted with a lens with a magnification range of 20 to 200, as well as a UV ring light attachment. For this configuration, the samples had to be pinned onto a board, which was then mounted upright on an easel. In any of these configurations, the use of the HYROX was completely non-invasive, and it was a great advantage to test out all of these different options, because it made it clear how certain observations could be enhanced using specific accessories or features. The lens used at the V&A, for example, proved to be best suited to the examination of small samples under very high magnifications. The standard backlight illumination was complemented by a ring light and the option for coaxial lighting to enhance topographic contrast and texture. This can be seen here in the images of the laser cleaning test at the top and the resin soap cleaning test in the bottom row. In comparison, the configuration at the National Portrait Gallery was equipped with fiber optic lights, offering the possibility to create raking light conditions and top light illumination, which accentuated the contrast between glossy and matte areas, which can be seen in the images of the cleaning tests carried out at gel and gum propanol gel and acetone at the bottom. In addition to light and HYROX digital microscopy, SEM examination was carried out using a Zeiss Evo LS15 scanning electron microscope. SEM imaging, as expected, allowed for exceptionally focused images and a very good resolution even under high magnifications at a submicron and nanoscopic level. The 3-dimensionality of the sample surfaces was well represented in the secondary electron images, and the differences in atomic weight illustrated by the backscatter in electron images aided greatly in the differentiation between the varnish and paint layers. Finally, CF-LSM analysis was carried out using a Leica TCS SP8 confocal microscope equipped with 4 different laser excitation wavelengths. Confocal fluorescence scanning microscopes have long been widely used in biological and biomedical research, allowing for precise visualization of cellular and subcellular structures and molecular interactions within living cells or tissues. Confocal microscopy without fluorescence has also been a long-standing and important technique in material science for the analysis and characterization of surfaces, internal structures, and reaction processes. It employs a confocal point-by-point scanning method, wherein a laser beam is focused onto a small spot on the sample, from which it then scans across the specimen in a raster pattern, illuminating one point at a time. Light emitted or reflected from each point is collected through a pinhole aperture, only detecting light originating from the plane of interest. This optical sectioning technique thereby allows for the sharper, clearer images of the focal plane. Similar to HYROX multifocus imaging, the laser captures XY scans at different heights along the Z-axis, while the computer compiles the collected data point by point, layer by layer, to create a high-resolution 3-dimensional image of the sample. In addition to the principles of confocal microscopy, CF-LSM then employs laser-induced fluorescence, in which specific wavelengths can be used to excite the various components of the sample. In comparison to other techniques, the great advantage of CF-LSM is that it is a non-destructive technique for in-depth visualization, with minimal sample preparation required. The confocal imaging capabilities allow for the capture of optical sections at different depths within the sample, and targeted visualization of specific components of the samples was possible by selecting the corresponding laser excitation wavelengths and emission regions. The distribution of pigment binding media, varnish, and surface dirt can then be visualized by employing the greater contrast between false color images. The red area of cleaning test 9 here corresponds to the varnish residues at excitation wavelength of 488, and the blue false color image to the paint layer at an excitation wavelength of 405. Figures B and C further show how individual regions of interest across the sample can be selected and their corresponding emission spectra analyzed and compared, aiding in the exact differentiation between materials. Now in my presentation today, I've only got time to show you just a few examples illustrating the most interesting findings, so I had to be quite selective with my images. To compare and evaluate the abilities of the 4 selected imaging techniques, the micrographs were described and analyzed along the 3 categories I mentioned at the beginning of my talk, and each of which I would like to illustrate with one example. For category 1, I looked at the effect that the cleaning method had on the varnish. In this cleaning test, a polyurethane sponge was used to apply acetone onto the surface. The varnish had been affected by the solvent, but not removed from the paint surface, where it had reformed again. This resulted in a blanching effect, characterized by a milky smooth appearance of the affected area. This is visible with the naked eye and with light microscopy in figures A and B, but was greatly enhanced by Hyrax microscopy due to better focus, contrast, and resolution. The UV image shows that the solvent has in fact broken through the varnish in some areas, characterized by their dark appearance due to a lack of fluorescence. The overlaid false color CFLSM images further visualize the distribution of the different materials. In the SEM image, under a magnification of 2000, tiny holes are visible in the varnish layer, ranging from approximately 0.5 to 2 micrometers in diameter. This represents a great example for the specific advantages of SEM imaging. A good enough resolution under this magnification to make visible what microscopic effect the solvent had had on the varnish layer had not been possible to achieve with any of the other instruments. The second category, the analysis of changes in surface appearance, can be visualized well by the images taken of cleaning test 4, in which the same solvent, namely acetone, was used but applied with a cotton swab. It created a coffee ring effect, where the varnish had pooled into the middle of the cleaning test area and was removed from the ring surrounding it. The varnish surface of the area inside the ring had swollen and reformed. It is smooth and saturated in contrast to the more matte appearance outside of the ring. This effect can be observed in the light micrographs, figure A and B. However, the contrast between the affected and the untreated area is low. The brightness and resolution of the Hyrax multifocus image is higher, and the achieved brightness in the tiled multifocus image, figure D, makes a clear visual distinction between the reformed glossy and transparent varnish and the matte area surrounding possible. The Hyrax UV image is very dark, but shows how the varnish seems to have pooled into the center, characterized by its stronger fluorescence under UV. This observation is then also confirmed by the brighter CFLSM UV image, which is higher in contrast. Finally, as an example for category 3, the observation of technique-specific features, images taken of cleaning tests using propantool carbachol gel can be used. In this area, the varnish was thinned by the gel with an even, thin, but intact and smooth layer remaining on top of the paint surface. Some areas of thicker residues remain visible as darker patches in the light micrograph. The level of focus along all focal planes under a high magnification provided by the Hyrax allows for the observation of the paint surface in more detail and focus, and even makes the observation through the discolored varnish layer possible. Textural differences are accentuated by coaxial light illumination, and the UV images taken by the Hyrax and the CFLSM show the accumulation of surface dirt corresponding to these areas. The CFLSM images further confirm the presence of materials responding to certain excitation wavelengths in the circular shape. The reflection image and 3D construction under a magnification of 20 show topographical features of the surface and height differences between the individual cracked apart varnish sections. Altogether, this project has shown that the information gained by using multiple different imaging techniques yielded good and informative results, and most importantly, complemented each other. Light microscopy proved to be a good imaging technique to get an overview and provide a starting point for visual examination. Due to its accessibility, ease of use, and versatility, it is an essential tool for routine use and can be employed by professionals of all levels of skill and knowledge. In comparison, the 3 different versions of the Hyrox provided much higher resolution imaging under high magnifications and along all focus planes. In addition to its observational capabilities, which include multifocus and compositional imaging, and the possibility of capturing both still and moving images, the Hyrox offered various extended functions, such as a variety of 3-dimensional visualization and manipulation tools, further enhancing the possibilities to evaluate and compare images. Both Hyrox and CFLSM have been shown to successfully overcome the difficulty of limited depth of field imaging possibilities inherent in other techniques. They proved especially useful in their ability to assist the evaluation of surface changes by enabling data visualization in the form of both topographical measurements as well as color and false color images of the surface texture. Its capabilities for high-resolution imaging at the submicron level make SEM a valuable tool for the assessment of the most subtle surface textures and changes. It confirmed its status as a useful technique to use in research, requiring a larger amount of time and specialized knowledge for analysis. Similarly, CFLSM showed great potential for its use as a research tool. Compared to SEM, however, it had the advantage of making in-depth analysis possible without the need of sample preparation. Overall, choosing the appropriate imaging technique depends on the specific requirements of the artwork under examination and the information needed for analysis. Limitations related to sample preparation, time consumption, and equipment costs need to be considered when choosing a suitable method. The depth of knowledge pre-observation about both the topic of interest and the techniques used directly influences not only the efficacy and probability of successful outcome so that the research questions can be answered, but also the efficiency and effectiveness of the imaging process. The project has further shown that confocal fluorescence microscopy could prove a useful novel technique in conservation science and research. In regard to this, further research should be carried out to ascertain whether the instrument setup could be adapted to allow for a completely non-invasive imaging technique, whereby an entire painting could be placed underneath the microscope. A further interesting proposal for future research would be the combination of CFLSM with FLIM, fluorescence lifetime imaging. Chrissy Wilder, who graduated from the Courtauld in 2021, et al. Have shown that with FLIM, similarly fluorescing materials were able to be distinguished by their distinctive fluorescence lifetimes, including the distinction between different types of or differently aged natural resin varnishes. This would provide further means for differentiating complex fluorescent systems and, hypothetically, enable the differentiation between differently aged varnish layers in a non-invasive way, potentially before embarking onto practical treatment. Thus, a further investigation into the combination of these two techniques as a promising new method is highly recommended. Lastly, none of this would have been possible without the help and assistance of a lot of people. Throughout my project, I've worked with and consulted specialists in the field who have all been incredibly helpful, patient, and kind, and I would like to hereby thank them all, and thank you for listening.
Okay. So hopefully all of you had a nice and refreshing lunch, and we're ready for our next group of speakers. So I'm happy to introduce Jay Evans-Wheeler.
Good afternoon, everybody. This morning's speakers will now be totally relieved that what they've done is done and they don't have to concentrate this afternoon. This afternoon's speakers are too terrified to concentrate anybody. Anyway, so just some housekeeping before we start. A helpful interlocutor this afternoon is asking, is this a law a speech in relation to ethics? The answer is no. This is the law in relation to the conservation profession. Not the law in relation to the professional conservator, because we all think that's the person in business. So I'm turning it around the other way. This is the conservation profession, i.e. everybody. And it forms part of my dissertation into professional liability in conservation of fine art. Just a little bit of housekeeping. Throughout the talk, the duty of care will be capitalised as a legal concept. The moral and philosophical duty to care will be left in lowercase. Okay, so what is a duty of care? Duty to care. Well, we all care about, it's very, very difficult to find resources that speak to that easily. It is very, very confused, particularly in the journalism profession. And we all say we've got a duty of care. We've got a duty of care to our parents, our siblings, our families, and so on. But we've got to differentiate between the differing duties. Everybody has a legal duty of care not to commit a criminal act. For example, we see the red barrier around the 30. That means exceeding 30 is illegal. You are committing a criminal act. The current remedy for that at law might be a fine, but nonetheless it is a criminal act. And if you keep doing it, you're going to get into serious trouble. The bottom one is recommended. The yellow ones are only recommended. You're not committing a criminal act. You may have a nasty conversation with your insurance company if you have an accident, but you're not committing a criminal act. Okay? So not everybody has an obligation to avoid non-criminal civil acts. Conservation is civil law in the UK. Right? There may not be, they're very unlikely to be criminal sanctions, but there may well be some very nasty civil ones. Okay, so what's a breach of a duty to care and what's its implications? There are no legal implications unless the powers that be and precedent has decided there's an actionable wrong. Things like elder abuse, child abuse, the law's decided they're criminal acts, but they come from a civil wrong where a failure of a duty to care for an elderly person that we all impose upon ourselves. Non-legal consequences are things like loss of relationships, loss of trust, but there's no financial penalty. You might be written out of will, but that's another story. It's not actionable at law. If there's legal consequences, it's an action for damages. That's not you're going to go to jail, or the state is going to fine you, which is the criminal side. This is the civil side, and the consequences are an action for damages. So when is a duty of care imposed? When a person or a company, remember a company can only be a natural person at law if there's a human being behind it, that holds themselves out to have special skills. And this is becoming more and more relevant for conservators when we start talking about being members of professional organisations. We are professional conservators. That puts us above the milieu, and that imposes a special duty at law. I'm sorry for quoting law here, I know it's boring, but my job after lunch is to try and wake you all up. Where there's no clear guidelines, they will use the rule in Caparo to impose what they think in your particular profession are the rules. There are no cases on conservation in this country at the present time. We will get to the case study in a minute where they imposed it in the United States with a sledgehammer. And that, whilst it is not able to be used in an English court, might be persuasive in an English court, and the law's pretty sound on that anyway. Caparo can't be appealed, so you can't get someone to say, well, we think it follows that case or that case. That's set in concrete. So there's three what they call limbs to a duty of care. There's the existence of the duty, a breach of that duty, and damage as a result of the breach of that duty. The negligence cases are where those three intersect, because you could have that and that, or you could have that and that. But if you've got all three and they intersect, that's negligence. And that's where this is where duty of care comes in. So it's defined as the type of loss which occurs in a way that the law regards as actionable. Okay? So if I trip over and stub my toe, the law doesn't regard that as being actionable because it's of insufficient consequence. If I trip over that same electrical cable in a corridor and I break my leg to the point where I've got a compound fracture and I'm never able to properly walk again, then the law says, yes, that's actionable. Okay? So it's a question of degree. There's 4 elements in Caparo that must be present for this to be made out. The duty of care must exist to someone, and that someone can't be too far away. If someone brings me a painting and I repair it badly, I owe the duty to the person who bought me the painting, who might be the owner, might be the agent, but there's a line between me and the person to whom the duty is owed. If it's someone that found it in the tip and brought it in to be restored, doesn't own it, hasn't claimed it, hasn't reported it as lost treasure, that proximity may not exist. The breach of the duty has occurred by act or by omission to act, and this becomes really important later on. The damage is directly caused by that act or omission, and the damage must have been reasonably foreseeable by a reasonable person. And in our context of what we do, a reasonable person is our peers. For every court case, there is someone on the other side who's going to employ someone else to say how bad your work was. That's the way the legal system works. Remember, it's a legal system, not a justice system. Okay, so we've established that a legal breach is a violation of law. It can be voluntary, it can be inadvertent, innocent, or just a failure to do something, an omission to act. And then we can see from the picture here, what do we think these US National Guardsmen are doing? Are they voluntarily being negligent? Are they innocently being negligent? Are they omitting to do something? What's the answer? That was on when the riots were occurring at Capitol Hill. They were asleep on the floor. That's just says it in a nutshell, really. Okay, voluntary acts have an intention to breach. So if you deliberately deface a painting brought to you for work because you don't like the artist or you don't like the owner, or you have some, none of us would do this, but some philosophical bent that persuades you it was a good idea, that becomes criminal. Okay? That becomes a criminal offence. An innocent breach is a genuine mistake. You had 2 bottles, they look the same, they've got similar labels, you've just been informed that your entire family would be killed in a road smash and you picked up the wrong bottle. Genuine mistake. Nobody is going to pillory you for genuine mistake. An inadvertent breach is those same 2 bottles, but you didn't care which bottle you picked up. Or you came back from a Friday lunch and you weren't in a condition to care which bottle you picked up. That's negligence. Negligence is defined as the reckless failure to take reasonable care, and the sort of care deemed reasonable by the man on the Clapham bus. So it's not Professor Bernstock or someone else's view of what is reasonable. It's supposed to be the man in the street. Does it pass the pub test of what's reasonable? Is it the same as not following established procedures? No. There is nothing stopping you using new and different approaches. Okay? So you're not guilty of negligence if you're skilled in a particular art and you're adopting a new practice provided it can be reasonably justified. Okay? So there's nothing stopping new, we're in a profession where it's young and we're developing new techniques all the time. We've heard this all this morning. Nothing wrong with that. But there is wrong in departing completely from it and not being able to justify it reasonably. Okay, this is our case study, Goldrayer. There'll be people in this room that know Goldrayer very well. This painting was slashed with what the Americans call a box cutter, Stanley knife, by someone who didn't like it. This is the artist in front of the work. Mr. Goldrayer was retained to restore the work by the City of Amsterdam Museum. There was a contract written out. They specified the work to be carried out. He undertook to carry out the work for the price. He told them he would use a pointillist method for retouching within the areas of damage only. His final treatment report stated that he had done that, and he reassured them verbally that he had done so. In fact, he didn't. He used, it's now believed he may have used a roller to just basically paint over it. Oh. So, in fact, in this case, City of Amsterdam ended up paying him €600,000 because they sued him for breach of contract, and he countersued on the grounds that they had received it back and given it a clearance because the retouching and the failure of the restoration was only found out about 2 years later. They'd cleared it. So it's not just people who work in professional business conservation. You might be the head of a museum and you're responsible for clearing a painting that's just come back from another professional conservator who's guilty of negligence. Okay. However, on the question of negligence of Goldgrab, it was prima facie found. Now, prima facie means the first making out. In other words, you couldn't see it any other way. He owed a duty of care to the museum with a written agreement and spoken reassurances. Remember, it can be also what you said, not just what you wrote down. The law will imply that what you said forms part of that contract. The duty was breached when he overpainted the work. The breach was approximate cause. It was close enough to the owner of the painting to cause irreversible damage to the plaintiff. They lost value. That painting was worth however many millions, and after it was repaired, it was worth less. The difference between those two sums is the amount of the damage, measured in monetary injury. The damages must be able to be quantified monetarily. So, from this, what are the implications of a breach of duty of care? An action for negligence is costly to defend. You may have to pay the other side significant compensation for their losses. And if you lose, you will have to pay their costs as well, so you can double that. You will have a loss of reputation. You have the BBC telling the world how bad you were. And trust me, if you Google it, you'll find hundreds of these, the Times, New York Times, the BBC, that leads to loss of income and earnings. Might lead to loss of your job, certainly will lead to loss of promotion. What are the defences to negligence? Accident, we talked about that before. Contributory negligence, and this is where the Goldwire thing is, they contributed to the problem by clearing it and not taking extra special care in the clearing of that work. It's not quite contributing to negligence, but it's close enough. The comparative negligence, yours is worse than mine. Risk management procedures. This is one of the big three. You can manage this risk by having risk management procedures. For example, if you're in any context, you have correspondence coming in, loan documentation going out. If you don't keep that all together and have a logical paper trail, you're not managing the risk. You're giving the other side a chance to jump in and say, but you didn't do. Consent, making sure that when you send a painting out from your collection or you receive one into your workshop, that there is a consent phrase in the contract that said that they consent to the work that you're going to undertake. It still has to be what you say it's going to be. It can't be different. But at least they consent to it. They can't turn around and say, well, I didn't say we could do that. An assumption of risk in the contract, where they assume the risk for anything that goes wrong. You can't completely contract out of it, but you can minimise it to an extent by doing things like saying they have to do a commission report when they receive it to clear it. That's assumption of risk. How can we avoid an action for negligence? It's easy. Documentation, documentation, documentation. End of. Paper trails, what I did, why I did it, when I did it, how I did it. And that will be called in court as evidence. Do not forget this. So do not write, client is an idiot. I have seen this. I have seen very pejorative words written on evidence and they're produced in court. Doesn't go down at all well. Is this, wrapping up, is this relevant? But I've got insurance. Is this relevant? Yes. It's called professional liability insurance or professional indemnity insurance. It's a misnomer because it makes you believe that you're covered for professional negligence. You are not. If you read the fine print, it will say you are not covered for negligent acts. It'll cover you for an innocent mistake. And even then, your insurance company may pay them, but may well come after you. This is not uncommon. Deliberate acts are criminal, as we said before. Your insurance is completely invalidated. If you are advised by your doctor not to drive because you've just had some procedure and you drive, your motor company insurance will not pay out because you have deliberately done an act which is outside the scope. Okay? And again, for negligence, they may well pay the client, but they may then turn around and go you. In conclusion, is a duty of care, is the duty to care a legal duty of care? No. Is a legal duty of care a duty to take care? Yes. Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'll be discussing the materials and techniques employed by Evelyn de Morgan during her career between 1890 and 1919. As part of my final year project during my studies at the Courtauld Institute of Art, I undertook an art historical and scientific investigation of a selection of the artist's paintings from the De Morgan Foundation. By finding new primary material coupled with the first in-depth technical analysis of her paintings, the aim was to prompt a reappraisal of the view that De Morgan was merely a late pre-Raphaelite, but rather an artist in her own right. The focus of my research was the close analysis of two paintings, Queen Eleanor and the Fair Rosamond, painted between 1901 and 1902, and In Memoriam, painted between 1890 and 1919. Whilst both paintings stylistically reflect pre-Raphaelitism, the contradictions and quirks revealed in technical examination illustrate how De Morgan's practice was driven by her artistic training and own idiosyncratic methods. Before discussing my results of technical analysis, I would first like to provide some artistic context for De Morgan's practice. As a female artist in Victorian Britain, De Morgan was overshadowed by her male contemporaries, but was not deterred by the critical differences that faced her. De Morgan's studies began at the Kensington National Art Training School in 1872, followed by enrolment the following year at the Slade School of Art, becoming one of the first women to attend. De Morgan took live drawing classes each day, in which she would draw from the draped nude for 5 hours, and from the antique model for a further 3. Although the permitting of female students to study from life was revolutionary at the time, women were still banned from drawing nude models. Nevertheless, De Morgan excelled at the Slade and eventually won a full scholarship of £50 per year. De Morgan's Slade sketchbook, which contains numerous isolated studies of limbs and anatomical illustrations, show the artist's astute understanding of the human form. The artist's attendance to anatomy lectures, provided by the Slade, would have taught her how to accurately and convincingly portray the movement of the body under the flow of draperies. Throughout her career, De Morgan maintained this painstaking process, carefully planning her compositions across hundreds of double studies of nude and draped figures. Now, the technical examination of Queen Eleanor and the Fair Rosamond, and In Memoriam, was conducted over a 9-week period using an array of imaging and analytical methods. In doing so, it was revealed that whilst De Morgan's technique was influenced by her contemporaries and artistic training, she also diverged from conventional methods to communicate a visual language of her own. Firstly, De Morgan's composition of Queen Eleanor depicts the legend of Rosamond, the mistress of Henry II, who was locked away in a bower surrounded by a complex maze to keep her hidden from the Queen. Queen Eleanor is depicted in pearl-studded drapery, holding a thin skein of silk surrounded by evil creatures. Upon finding Rosamond, Queen Eleanor forced her to decide between death by dagger or poison. She chose the latter. The composition was undoubtedly inspired by Swinburne's play entitled Rosamond, written in 1860, and De Morgan would have been heavily influenced by contemporary depictions of the legend, such as those by Edward Burne-Jones, whom she knew. On the other hand, In Memoriam illustrates how the outbreak and horrors of World War I led to a pacifist theme in De Morgan's paintings. In the centre of the composition, a solitary female figure, clothed in sumptuous purple drapery, is seated on a stone bench, reminiscent of a funerary monument. As she grasps a wreath of yellow flowers, she hangs her head to mourn the deceased. The artwork symbolises inconsolable loss and remembrance, rather than pride in the deeds of a heroic warrior. It is also likely that De Morgan was influenced by Alfred Tennyson's poem In Memoriam, written in 1850, which emphasises that there is no fear associated with death, only of separation. Considering De Morgan's position in Victorian society and the establishment of various artistic movements during this era, the artist would have been critically engaged with discussions on painting technique. De Morgan was introduced to the Pre-Raphaelite circle through her family and close friends, most notably George Frederick Watts and Spencer Stanhope, with whom she knew and visited frequently in Italy. In 1884, De Morgan's lease of Trafalgar Studios in Chelsea brought her closer to her husband's ceramic studio, where she was surrounded by a strong artistic community. William De Morgan's friendship with his colleague, William Morris, was particularly significant, as De Morgan remained close friends with William's daughter, May Morris, and his wife, Jane Morris, who sat for De Morgan's The Hourglass as one of her final appearances as a model. De Morgan's correspondence also reveals that the artist had a close friendship with William Holman Hunt, as the pair would exchange ideas on painting techniques and their attitude towards new materials. In this letter from 1895, Hunt is asking for De Morgan's advice in tempera painting, further suggesting that her sophisticated knowledge of materials was respected among prominent Pre-Raphaelite painters. Both De Morgan and the Pre-Raphaelites bought their materials from Charles Robeson & Co. and Winsor & Newton. The preferred canvas support appears to have been a pre-stretched, primed, plain weave canvas, which was popular due to its smooth surface, which was ideal for thin glazes. For the very best canvases, such as that for John Everett Millais' Ophelia, two identical pre-primed canvases were placed on the same stretcher, back to back, to provide extra support and protection. Queen Eleanor, which we see on the right, was painted on this same type of plain weave canvas with a reverse primed loose lining, highlighting that De Morgan was clearly concerned about the stability and longevity of her paintings. Both canvases included in the study exhibit a typical 19th century commercial priming consisting of chalk and lead white, which would have intentionally provided a strong reflective surface beneath De Morgan's paint applications. Now, although working directly from life was crucial to the Ruskinian truth-to-nature tenet of the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, the group made relatively few preparatory sketches for their paintings. Instead, they used graphite to work directly on the canvas from the motif. In contrast, infrared reflectrography revealed De Morgan carefully executed underdrawing for the figures and interior in both paintings. There is no evidence of hatching to indicate shadows, since this would have destroyed the purity of the white ground, and the painted image rarely deviates from the initial underdrawing. In microscopy, a blue drawing implement was distinguished in areas of thin, transparent paint. Analysis on a paint cross-section indicated that the drawing medium was carbon-based. The absence of phosphorus further suggested that the medium was possibly graphite or lamp black, which can typically appear bluish-black in colour. Although the underdrawing is detailed, some changes can be seen in both compositions. For example, a dark shape in X-radiography revealed that an area of Eleanor's sleeve was adjusted by scraping away paint with a palette knife. In raking light, the texture of the canvas weave is very prominent in this area. suggesting that De Morgan did not reapply a localised ground layer, but rather painted directly on the exposed canvas to make her correction. And this is a clear example of how some of De Morgan's practices seem quite contradictory, as she chose a very particular priming, but in this case, chose not to replace it after scraping it away. The same technique of removing paint was identified in raking light and infrared reflectrography of the Love Potion, painted by De Morgan in 1903. De Morgan scraped down the window, which was initially painted half closed, and additional changes included the removal of the bridge in the background and the reduction of the whole window frame, which originally extended to the bookshelf and to the very right edge of the canvas. Unlike the Pre-Raphaelites, De Morgan made copious preparatory sketches for her compositions. 2 nude studies for Queen Eleanor and the Fair Rosamond reflect De Morgan's slayed education in first establishing the position of the nude in order to construct drapery in a realistic manner, with the silhouette of her figures being distinguishable underneath. Although De Morgan was known to use various models for her paintings, the identity of the figures in both works still remains uncertain. 2 existing head studies, however, bear resemblance to the face of Queen Eleanor. However, De Morgan has exaggerated the figure's sharp, angular nose, chin, and brow to enhance her evil demeanour. A detailed oil study for the composition demonstrates that the initial background of the work was conceived differently. The stained glass window was large and square-shaped, the blue wallpaper featured white doves, and there was a hinged door. These features were better described in the painting, with the arched window and the wallpaper no longer running as a continuous flat space, thus creating an angled back surface and a greater sense of depth. Considering that the oil study does not contain any of the creatures, and that no reserve or outline was planned in the underdrawing stage, they arguably stemmed from De Morgan's imagination, rather than being a premeditated idea. The fact that De Morgan made meticulous preparatory works, but then made freehand embellishments and pentimenti, make her all the more fascinating, and suggest that her artistic aims may be quite varied from picture to picture. Furthermore, the significant and symbolic changes uncovered through technical analysis has helped to understand why In Memoriam was perhaps painted over such a long period of time, that being from 1890 to 1919. The infrared reflectogram shows an outline of a sunrise directly behind the figure's head, which was initially underdrawn but not painted as part of the final composition. X-radiography revealed that De Morgan painted a second sun in the left corner of the background, but eventually painted over it. Upon making these changes, the final appearance of a more subtle sunrise in the background is perhaps an expression of hope, and possibly reflects De Morgan's belief in the afterlife. Moreover, De Morgan appears to have removed 2 candle-shaped objects on the window, either side of the figure. Their white appearance in X-radiography is reminiscent of a lead-white ground, which may have been locally applied over the altered area. From technical analysis, we can argue that De Morgan made these reworkings perhaps during World War I and afterwards, as they are undoubtedly symbolic and possibly reflect how her emotions or attitudes towards the war changed. Three preparatory studies show what considerable effort was made into developing a sorrowful pose for In Memoriam. The sketch at Marchmont House, which you see in the centre, emphasises how De Morgan perfected the rendering of drapery so that it clings to the human form and simultaneously casts down the figure in a spiralling motion. This accuracy would not have been possible without having first depicted the nude study, which you see on the left. And here on the right, we see another sketch where the sun that was initially planned in the preparatory chalk sketch and seen in the X-ray, but it was not included in the final painting. I should also note that the wreath of flowers was not included in any preparatory studies, or planned in the underdrawing stage, suggesting that it was also incorporated into the composition as a symbolic afterthought. As a result of developments in inorganic chemistry and technological advances in the dye industry, new colours flooded the Victorian market. In particular, Pre-Raphaelites had a preference for transparent pigments as they allowed a greater transmission of light and resulted in a more saturated colour. In 1885, De Morgan established her account with Charles Robeson and Co., who provided the artist with large quantities of extra fine hot hair brushes, powdered pigments, tubed oil paints, varnishes and canvases. De Morgan purchased 2 oval palettes on the 5th of August 1885, which were found to contain the remnants of cobalt violet, viridian and iron-containing paint using XRF. Elemental mapping was used to further identify the pigments used in both paintings. In this example, we see a strong detection for iron in the hair for In Memoriam, suggesting iron-containing pigments such as umbers or ochres. And here we see the wooden panelling in Queen Eleanor, which was also painted using iron-containing pigments, but with the addition of zinc white, as characterised by its fluorescence in ultraviolet light. Rather than using emerald green, which was a highly popular pigment among the Pre-Raphaelites, De Morgan often used pigment combinations to obtain the desired colour. For example, for the green maize, she used 2 layers of chrome yellow, cobalt blue and very little viridian. The detection of cobalt and tin for the drapery in Memoriam suggested the presence of cerulean blue, which was likely used in combination with ultramarine due to the lack of intensity achieved in using ultramarine alone. In contrast, Queen Eleanor's drapery was rendered using large quantities of cobalt violet and cobalt blue, as illustrated by the elemental map for cobalt on the right. A cross-section from the drapery emphasises De Morgan's fascinating layer structure and gives us an insight into the complex combination of pigments. The pink cross-section exhibits a thin pink fluorescent layer characteristic of the lake pigment. The detection of bromine in SEMEDX suggested this fluorescing layer is Geranium Lake, which is an Eocene-derived pigment, first synthesized in the 1870s. According to De Morgan's Robeson account and Wilhelmine Sterling's writings, the artist also used madder lakes in her practice. In UV details of Queen Eleanor's lips and drapery, the salmon pink fluorescence is certainly characteristic of Madder Lake. A cross-section taken from the sky in De Morgan's The Barred Gate also revealed a pink fluorescing paint layer suggestive of red lake pigment. Considering that bromine was not detected, it could suggest the use of the Madder Lake. However, further analysis is required. Now, De Morgan altered the handling characteristics and translucency of her paint with copal-based mediums, which she bought from Robeson in the form of amber varnish and Robeson's medium. The Barred Gate, which is an unfinished painting, provides a rare insight into De Morgan's technique. The patchy fluorescence in UV and uneven surface gloss corresponds to areas where De Morgan applied copal resin to create transparent glazes and saturate the paint during the painting process. Copal resin was also detected on the artist's palette using FTIR, which serves as evidence that she mixed it in with her pigments. This is a method which has consequently posed challenges in the conservation of her paintings, and it's something that I encountered during my treatment of the Barred Gate here at Courtauld. In terms of painting technique, both X-radiographs show that the backgrounds do not pass behind the figures, suggesting that they were painted first, with the surrounding interiors having been applied thereafter, and this contrasts to the typical sequence adopted by the Pre-Raphaelites. On the top row here you see that multiple thin transparent layers were used for Rosamond's and Queen Eleanor's drapery, and in contrast on the bottom row you see that for In Memoriam, De Morgan's method for achieving purple shadows in the drapery varies from fine fluid lines to dappled marks made with a stiff hog's hair brush. Another unusual but symbolic technique observed in my research included De Morgan's visually compelling use of gold for both compositions. De Morgan mixed gold into the paint for the drapery to create an incandescent effect, and on the other hand, gold was applied on the canvas prior to painting the cherubs, apes, and Eleanor's red cloak. Elemental mapping shows that De Morgan blocked in gold paint to set out a reserve for the cherubs in the foreground. And this technique is reminiscent of how the Pre-Raphaelites would locally apply a zinc white ground to enhance the luminosity of compositional elements. Likewise, gold paint was applied prior to painting the flowers for In Memoriam, And now, although much of the gold is hidden underneath the paint, the optical effect of the gold may have been more dramatic when viewed in warm gas lighting, oil lights or candles at the time, which is obviously in contrast to the cooler lighting systems that we use in modern day. Overall, De Morgan's idiosyncrasies, which have been revealed through technical analysis, demonstrate just how rich of a subject she is for study. De Morgan's conscious adoption and combination of newly available pigments arguably places the artist as a key figure in the development of Victorian painting practice. New insights into De Morgan's intentionally symbolic application of gold and concise construction of imaginary elements have illuminated the way her spiritual beliefs and philosophical approach to painting is considered. Influenced by her training at the Slade, De Morgan's consistent practice of drawing from the nude model is integral to understanding the intellectual context in which her artistic practice was formed. The extent of her meticulous methodology derived from her admiration for craftsmanship and her determination to become an artist from a young age, despite the gender conventions of her time. I'd just like to take a moment to thank all of those who were involved in this brilliant project. Firstly, I'd like to thank Sarah Hardy, the trustees of the De Morgan Foundation, and Crown Fine Art, for whom this project would not have been possible. I would like to especially thank Claire Richardson, my supervisor, for not only her valued guidance throughout my studies, but for her constant enthusiasm in fully encouraging my passion for 19th century art. I'd like to thank Dr. Aviva Bernstock and Dr. Sylvia Marto for their assistance in the technical analysis of De Morgan's paintings. And finally, I'd like to wish my thanks to Funds for Women graduates for their generous support during my studies at Courtauld. Thank you for listening.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before I start, I'd just like to clarify that the most up-to-date abstract and title for this presentation is located in the digital copy of today's programme. So if you're interested and you want to know more, I suggest you look up that version instead. Today, I'm going to be talking about the tacit nature of inpainting. Specifically, my research concerning the comparison between portable spectrophotometry and colorimetry, or objective methods of colour measurement, with the subjective nature of human colour perception. When I started this research, I was considering objective methods of colour matching, specifically colorimetry, and the use of spectrophotometry. I wanted to know two key things about these methods. Firstly, do they have use in inpainting? What is their specific use for conservators during the process of inpainting? And secondly, do they have value, particularly by classing colour matching as a tacit and instinctive skill? To what extent do objective methods offer value to individual conservators and to painting conservation in general? Today, I'm going to give some background information of the role and use of objective methods of colour matching during conservation and during inpainting. I'm also going to be discussing some of the research methods and the preliminary results of the experimental portion of the research I conducted as part of my MA dissertation. And lastly, I'm going to suggest some future implications that I thought of for the study. My primary motivation for undergoing this research was that when I looked through the literature, I found there's been limited discussion with the tacit nature of colour matching within conservation literature. Although some research surrounding theories of tacit skills exists, most prominently in the development of Michael Polanyi's theories, much discussion has been focused on the role of traditional skills within conservation, and particularly on the loss of these traditional skills and how tacit skills can best be communicated as to reduce this loss. The nature of colour matching as a tacit skill has not been formally defined, nor has it been fully considered in this context. The increasing integration of scientific approaches, particularly in this case, the use of instrument-based objective colour matching methods, has been wide and increasing, particularly in the last few decades. Although objective scientific methods can offer much value, an over-reliance on scientific methods could perhaps lead to the associated loss or contribute to the associated loss of traditional conservation skills. Therefore, further research in these fields, combining both objective and tacit skills, could be helpful in furthering discussion around the nature of conservation skills in general. Colour matching in conservation can be considered an integral part of the practical skill of in-painting, although it mustn't be confused with the formal education of the different techniques used during in-painting. Colour matching is taught formally in some institutions. You will all be aware, for example, of the colour wheel and other fundamentals of colour theory, such as complementary colours. This is the primary method of teaching theoretical colour matching, along with demonstration and practice-based activities. Further theoretical teaching focuses on the technical characteristics of different materials, particularly different binding materials or pigments, such as gloss, saturation, particle size, all of which impact the colour matching process by altering the physical appearance of the colour. Additionally, it's worth noting that as many conservators now enter the field with a studio art background, their first experience of formalised colour matching treatments may not be at conservation, but prior to. As there is a widely acknowledged reduction in technical skills from UK art school graduates, particularly handling materials and figure drawing, conservators may be entering the field with a lower cumulative degree of practical and technical skills than in previous decades. Colour matching can be considered a tacit and instinctive skill, namely a skill that we understand how to do, but we may not be able to communicate it or be able to be taught. With tacit skills, it's difficult to teach someone else or make them understand a skill using the exact same process that you personally employ while doing it. This subjective nature of colour matching has meant that instrument-based colour matching systems have shown many benefits in recent years. Particularly, they are helpful for reducing the phenomena of metamerism during in-painting. This occurs when two colours which may appear similar in one type of light, one wavelength of light, for example natural lighting, are then put on display in a different type of lighting, such as fluorescent lighting or tungsten-based lighting. And the two colours which looked like a perfect match to the human eye are now visually distinct due to their differing spectral characteristics. The use of objective systems can correct this and aid conservators in reducing its impact. For the experimental portion of my research, I carried out a series of practical colour matching experiments using participants. All participants were asked to match a given colour under given lighting conditions and produce a colour match swatch using a restricted selection of pigments. The participants were selected to have at least 1 year of conservation experience. A mix of students, both of paper conservation and easel painting conservation specialties, was selected, basically the whole Northumbria second year class, along with several more experienced conservators made up the sample pool. The pigment selection was restricted for two reasons. Firstly, to ensure a reasonable level of standardisation across all the participants, and secondly, to reduce specifically the use of pigments which were highly likely to lead to metameric matches. The pigments were selected by comparing reference reflection spectra with the control data I took using a portable spectrophotometer from this region on this painting that I've been working on as part of my degree project. The colour matching experiments were designed to understand how participants approached colour matching in a live and uncontrolled scenario. So you can see some images of the actual experiments. The short colour matching task, between 10 and 20 minutes long, was followed by an informal, semi-structured interview where the participant was asked 5 questions plus follow-up questions. The questions were centred mainly on the experience of the participant during the colour matching and how they situated their own personal act of colour matching and the use of instrument-based colour matching methods within conservation and paper conservation, painting conservation in general. The final aspect of my experiment, some of which is still ongoing, involves the collection of spectral data using a portable spectrophotometer, such as you can see on the screen. Once the experiment was complete, the colour swatches were analysed and the data compared to the initial control samples. The degree of metamerism will be determined, and both the accuracy of the colour matches when compared in a C-Lab colour space and the colour difference will be calculated. On the screen currently, you can see the results of the colour matching experiments. Each square represents an individual colour match by an individual participant. All the participants were provided with identical reference colours, identical lighting conditions, and an identical restricted pigment range. Strikingly, when analysing pigment choices by participants, the majority of all participants actually used the same 3 pigment mixture, which in my opinion makes the visual discrepancy even more striking. This image represents the spectral data from the colour matching samples I showed in the previous slide. These have been plotted in the C-Lab colour space. For those of you who are less familiar, the C-Lab colour space is a 3D theoretical space where colour can be quantified numerically and plotted for comparison. Each dot on the chart represents a single colour swatch, with the Z vertical axis representing the lightness values of each colour. So the white is kind of roughly at the top and black is roughly at the bottom. And the X and Y axes represent the kind of the colour, so the blue and the yellow and the green and the red. The advantages of using objective methods to quantify colour values are that the exact colour difference can be calculated and compared to the original colour match, therefore objectively judging the efficacy of human colour matching. This is, well, in this scenario. This is one way that objective methods of colour matching, colour measurements are used in conservation and can prove highly useful, particularly in more modern acrylic paintings, which typically have large sections of block colours requiring exact matches, which can be challenging to produce just by eye. I'd just like to apologise, I had a bit of a technical problem. This did have colour, you just have to imagine the blocks to build. Equally significant in the forming of conclusions is the data collected during the discussion portion of the experiment. The donut chart on the screen represents the results of one of the questions, specifically asking whether instrument-based colour matching has a role to play during inpainting. Initial results suggesting that the proportion that felt that objective methods of colour matching had no part to play during conservation is almost the same as those who had a mixed opinion, showing that the integration of these methods during inpainting is complicated and sometimes unpopular. Although these are only preliminary results, general initial findings seem to suggest that most participants described colour matching as an instinctive skill rather than something that they had been explicitly taught how to do. Although there was also a general perception that colour matching would be easier to teach than to learn. The majority of participants were not aware of metabolism or made no allowances for it during their conservation treatment. This highlights perhaps one advantage of objective methods, which are particularly skilled in detecting this phenomenon. Once the study has been completed, there are numerous future implications. Firstly, the increasingly scientific-focused conservation field has been often associated with a loss of tacit skills, most significantly in the last decade. Understanding the nature of conservation skills, in this case the skill of colour matching, and how these relate to the introduction of scientific techniques will be of value going forward. By considering colour matching as a tacit skill, further research on its role in conservation can be undertaken, particularly how it intersects with objective methods and the role of the individual conservator. Lastly, considering how colour matching relates to or compares directly to objective colour matching methods will enable future scientific studies to shape developments around this. For example, complementing the human and tacit nature of in-painting rather than offering suggestions to replace it. Now that the research and experimental portion of this study has been completed, some initial conclusions can be drawn, particularly in response to the questions I asked at the beginning of the presentation. The objective scientific methods considered in the study, from initial results, seem to be suitable for some use in painting. This conclusion is obviously backed up by the wealth of literature in the last few years. By comparing participant responses and the spectral data, there are some clear identifiable occasions where objective methods of colour matching are superior or preferred. The documented benefits of these have often been highlighted in conservation for the detection of colour change or fading of organic pigments. However, there is an increasing awareness of their use during in-painting, particularly in identification of metamerism and the quantification of colour difference. However, the tacit skill of colour matching cannot be entirely replaced by scientific methods, and as conservators, we should not aim to. Instead, we should focus on the retention of tacit and traditional craft-based skills, as these form a fundamental and historic part of the field of conservation. While the introduction of scientific methods can add value, they should not replace the individual judgment and expertise of the conservator, particularly for the skill of colour matching, which is not necessarily a skill which can be taught through objective and formal scientific methods. This has implications for the future training of conservators. A more academic and scientific emphasis within conservation training courses is beneficial, as it results in more standardization within the profession. However, it is well documented that tacit skills can be communicated through a traditional master-apprenticeship relationship, such as what used to be commonplace prior to the current formalized approach. The challenge to conservation in future lies in understanding how to retain these aspects of traditional teaching practices within the modern and academic format. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
So good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me here today. So I'll just begin by introducing myself. My name is Cecilia Webborn and I am a paintings conservation student at Northumbria with a background in art history and French. So through technical examination and art historical research, this presentation will explore the disputed attribution of two unsigned landscape paintings in the National Trust collection. The two oil paintings were first exhibited at the Royal Academy of Arts in 1775 and are attributed to the portraitist William Bell. The public display and depiction of the English country estate illuminates the growing significance of the Royal Academy for both artists and patrons in the late 18th century. The recent conservation and the first technical investigation of these works not only sheds further light on provincial artists of the era, but also address the key challenges in attributing works of art even today. I want to also emphasize that this research project is still in progress and is based on the technical examination and research carried out by my supervisor, Nikki Grimaldi, as well as the conservation work carried out by Rory Johnson, Conservation Studio outside Newcastle. So I'll begin this talk by first examining the key art historical factors of the late 18th century, as well as the stylistic analysis of the two works. This will then be followed by a first look at the physical and technical aspects of the paintings, and I'll also be exploring some of the anomalies and current weaknesses surrounding this attribution. And then finally finishing with some preliminary conclusions to the ongoing research. So here we have the north view of Seat Indelible to the left and the south view to the right. The two paintings are shown here after their conservation treatment. So the aim of my dissertation research is to therefore suggest an attribution to both the South and North Vue, as well as to demonstrate their historical significance and contextualization in the history of British landscape painting. So a former Royal Academician, William Bell was one of the first cohort of students in 1769 to be admitted to the Royal Academy under the directorship of Sir Joshua Reynolds. Here we can see two self-portraits of the two gentlemen. Seat Indelible Hall, where William Bell lived and worked, is a significant piece of architecture designed by Sir John Vanbrugh, the architect behind Benham Palace in Oxfordshire. This was the official seat of Sir John Hussey Delaval, who became the patron of Bell and engaged the artist to create a series of family portraits. The Delaval family were also known as the Gay Delavals throughout the 18th century, thanks to their extravagant and flamboyant lifestyle. So here are some of Bell's portraits of the family. Bell was also commissioned by other important figures in the Northumberland region, including an academic named Robert Harrison, who you can see here to the right, whose portrait can be found in the National Portrait Gallery in London. However, the important difference between these works and the two views of Seaton is that the two unsigned landscape paintings were exhibited at the Royal Academy, whereas the family portraits that bear the artist's name were not, as far as we know. It's also important to consider why it was decided to publicly exhibit the two views, which would have typically only been relevant for the patrons themselves, as well as displaying the privacy of their homes. So with the expansion of the British Empire giving rise to an emerging art market and a wealthy nobility, the Royal Academy exhibitions became an increasingly important venue for artists to exhibit their works. This is where they had the opportunity to win prestigious prizes, whilst garnering the attention of new patrons as well as the Georgian art world. Here we can see from the 1775 catalogue where the North and South Vue are mentioned, as well as an engraving of how the venue may have looked. So before we delve into the technical aspects of the works, I'd like to first discuss some stylistic elements that may further tie the landscapes to Bell's hand. Not only can we see that both depth and volume are emphasized through the use of shadowing and perspective, but the viewer's gaze also importantly ascends towards the house, particularly in the North Vue, further accentuating both the size and prominence of the Delaval estate. The South Vue, on the other hand, one might argue is portrayed from a slightly higher perspective, possibly to capture a glimmer of the North Sea in the background. The cleaning of the two paintings have further revealed what I believe to be important iconographical features related to the socially aspirational Delavals. This includes this very small ship found in the background of the South Vue, symbolically related to both trade and commerce between Britain and its colonies. The imposing and ordered nature of the two landscapes therefore reveal a symbolism of empire and its civilized colonizers. To compare, I've also included two examples which show other 18th century depictions of stately homes. Here we can see how the estates are depicted from either a topographical point of view, such as this example here of Chatsworth House, or otherwise depicted in a more romantic setting from afar, including both figures in portrayal of country life, as seen in this painting by one of Bell's contemporaries. The depictions of Seaton Delaval, on the other hand, are portrayed from a far more imposing and confrontational perspective. So moving on to the condition of the two works. Both paintings have suffered extensive damages related to possibly transport and storage, where we can see examples of large sigmoid cracking, for example, a number of large inserts, overcleaning, as well as areas of retouching from previous restoration campaigns. Other than these most likely environmental factors, the artist's materials are relatively stable, showing little sign of material incompatibility, and therefore pointing perhaps to an educated and knowledgeable artist. The large damages inflicted on the paintings, such as this overpainted area covering a large insert on the South Vue, bear similarities to the significant damages found on the Delaval portraits, In this X-radiograph here, from the Sarah and Francis portrait, for instance, you can see a very large tear through the canvas, as well as a very precise circular puncture, which in many cases can be presumed to be caused by champagne corks, or even bullet holes puncturing through the canvas. The two views of Seaton perhaps may also be another victim of the Delable's eccentric and lively lifestyle up north. The second half of the 18th century importantly saw the divergence from formal academic training to more individualistic techniques formed either in isolation or outside the academy. This is typically exemplified by an artist like Reynolds and his well-documented experimental technique. These perpendicular cracking patterns, as shown here, is one interesting example of the crackula found in the paintings. The crackula appears to crack along the canvas weave, which may be a result of a thin ground layer. This is similar to other works, such as those found in paintings by Thomas Gainsborough, where this method aimed to achieve a more translucent effect in his paint application and garnered popularity in the 18th century. Thinner ground layers can also be found in the twill weave canvas paintings by Reynolds, executed in the later periods of his life. As a result of this transformative and individualistic period of art in formal British painting, cross-section analysis therefore forms an integral part of this investigation, which can be used to compare the structural layering of other works by Bell as well as his contemporaries. Cross-section here, for example, where we see a scattering of black pigments in the bottom layer, may indicate a light grey ground was used. This is a technique that was observed to be consistently used in Bell's known works, as seen in the cross-section in one of the Delable portraits. Additionally, we may interpret this cross-section from one of the landscapes as the artist applying thinner and fewer paint layers, as similarly observed in another of Bell's portraits. Another facet of the investigation involves comparing the distinctive inscriptions present on both paintings, found in the bottom right-hand corners. The yellow inscriptions are executed in both similar colour, style and position as found in the Bell portraits. Using the analytical technique XRF to examine the different elements present in the paintings, early stages of interpretation show a compelling similarity, showing peaks in lead, iron and calcium when comparing the two inscriptions. Another important aspect in the attribution process is of course looking at the back of the painting to find further clues about its provenance and materials. Two very brittle stretcher labels, which what appears to have a torn edge, were found on the back of both landscapes, where the words number 5 and number 3 are visible in UV. So when scouring online stretcher label databases to see if any similar labels have been documented, the closest resemblance I could find was this one here on the back of a Reynolds portrait, which is a similar cursive writing and reads J rising number 2, referring apparently to one of Reynolds' painting's assistants. However, due to the lining of the paintings and the stretcher being unlikely original, it may be doubtful that a link could be made, but is nevertheless an important part of attributing the works. So whilst we have looked at many different similarities between the known works by Bell and the two paintings, it's also important to consider some notable anomalies in these two landscapes in contrast to the known works by Bell. For instance, IR shows that Pentimenti was present in the technical examination of his portraits and found to be very much part of Bell's artistic process. For example, here we can see Bell has rearranged the feet in the portrait of the Delable sisters. In contrast, the IR examination of the two landscapes show no sign of Pentimenti having been used. This could, however, be due to the fact that the views may have been executed from a previous copy, as it is likely they were made in London in order to be exhibited at the Royal Academy. Furthermore, the canvas size do not appear to match the prepared sizes used by 18th century artists, which his known portraits do. For example, in this document describing the purchase of the Harrison portrait, includes the canvas dimensions which correspond to the prepared KitKat canvas size available during Bell's time. Then again, we do not know if the structure is original, as later restorations are evident, and therefore adjustments could therefore have been made to the dimensions. Lastly, the use and effect of lead siccatives as an additive in the paint is well documented and typically found in 18th century British paintings. This is known to have caused a phenomenon called microsissing, where the lower paint layer submerges the top layer through wide cracks in the paint and can also cause a form of alligator cracking. It was suggested during the conservation of Bell's portraits that possible signs of alligator cracking may indicate Bell's use of lead siccatives. As of yet, similar aging cracks have not yet been found in the two landscapes. So what can we so far conclude from this technical and historical investigation? Although technical results are yet to be fully interpreted, which will enable me to elaborate further on the techniques and materials used, I argue that both stylistic and technical comparisons do suggest that the works are in fact by William Bell. The research also suggests that the portrayal of land ownership and the country estate were not only important visual tropes for the English aristocracy, but perhaps even more so for the Delaware family, who were based in the northeast and therefore far removed from the metropolitan scene. It is also evident that with the emerging 18th century art market, the Royal Academy exhibition served as a conduit for working and provincial artists to display their patrons' assets in order to further their careers and ensure their livelihoods. Lastly, this research exhibits the multitude of methods and resources available today that are often used in the attribution of artworks. We might also further consider how future technological methods will aid in authentication issues, such as artificial intelligence, for instance, where attributions can be made more confidently in addition to connoisseurship, conservation, and forensic examination. So thank you very much for listening, and that's the end of my talk.
So thank you, Cecilia, and I'd like to invite the whole group of speakers, J. Evans Wheeler, Alexander Earl, and Rich Mas to join us at the table.
I wondered if, in the process of making swatches, you asked participants to evaluate their batches. So I wondered if they felt that they had achieved their wanted to do with it. You noted how different all the swatches were, and I wondered if you'd asked them to evaluate. Another thing I was thinking about in the teaching of tacit skills is around this idea of self-evaluation as a method of improvement. So I just wondered if that would be part of your semi-structured interview and what the conclusions were.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So I didn't formally ask them to evaluate it as a skill, but we generally talked about how straightforward did they find it. And in the process of that discussion, many of the responses were, "Oh, mine's terrible," or I'm really bad at this. Or like even before I asked them to do it, lots of people kind of said, "Oh, I don't know if I can do that because I'm not very good at that." And so that was kind of part of the discussion, like their own perception of how they did. So I kind of have all that information, and then what I really want to do is when I process that, to kind of put it next to the actual like the accuracy of the colour match and see how people's perceptions of how well they did, how that matches up. Like, did the people who thought they were rubbish, were they actually kind of rubbish? Yeah. But yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting element is that self-evaluation. Another thing I think that this idea of an innate or an innate skill is that it does make people feel like you're confident.
Yeah.
And so if you feel like you're not innately good at retouching, that might actually make you less able to learn because you're getting in your own way.
Yeah, and I think there is generally a perception that it is something you're kind of good at or not good at. But I didn't really touch much upon it, but there is, like, practice is a huge part of it. So you could learn to be good at anything, but you could also learn to be good at colour matching, and like through experience you get better at that anyway. And like the confidence of
being better would come through that as well. So I suppose it would be more interesting to, if in future I was able to have like a larger study to include people who had more experience and then compare to see whether that kind of associated confidence led to any change in accuracy. I don't really know.
Sort of semi-follow-up to that. I was curious, because you're using the colorimetric readers, how big was the aperture for that? Did that, because there's a lot of leads going on in that area, I'm just wondering if that was an issue you had.
Yeah, that was an issue. Yeah, and the other issue was because there was lots of brown bits next to the leaves because it had stems and things. So lots of people said, oh, you don't have red on your because I didn't, in my pigment selection, I didn't have any red. So lots of people initially said, oh, there needs to be red because they were kind of seeing the green next to the brown and thinking, oh, it's like a reddish green. So that was also an issue. And then I think the aperture was 3 millimeters, and I was trying to take an average. So that did cause quite a lot of concern. It probably would have been more straightforward and more accurate to just paint like a swatch and ask them to match it directly. But I didn't do that because I wanted it to be more of like a live test. Like this is how, and because one of my questions I asked people like, how close is this process to something that you would normally do? Like how would you approach the painting? Like, you know, would you look at it or, you know, and then so kind of trying to draw conclusions on that as well. But yeah, it was a challenge.
So I wonder also, it made me think, like maybe that would be a more useful approach for some kind of color field painting or something where there's less wiggle room to get it wrong.
Yeah, definitely. For different kinds of paintings, I think it could definitely be expanded.
Sorry, I'm just talking. Sorry, Rachel, I'm going to ask you. Slightly following up on what Claire asked as well. And because I was wondering, to your point about having a larger group of people, including people with more touchy experience, do you think that your question, the result of your survey on whether people find colorimeters useful or necessary to support retouching, do you think that the outcome of such a survey might change when you look at groups with more experience? As in, is it possible that early on in your education you might want to lean on that more because you lack the experience, but then you realise once you get the experience perhaps that it's less useful or less necessary?
Yeah, I think there was a general trend. The participants I asked with more experience felt that one of them even said, it's good for like less experienced conservators, but I don't really think like I need it because I have like experience. Whereas like the more inexperienced, like most of the students I asked, some of them did say no, it's not useful, but most of them said it would be useful like to check, like if I've done it right, like the accuracy. So I think it's an interesting point that the technology is kind of acting at a different, it's like playing a different role for different groups of people. Which I'm not sure I really have kind of looked into in that much detail, but I think that would be an interesting point as well.
Final question. In terms of your workup for your samples that you gave to people to paint on top of, how did you work those up to match the original painting? The ground versus the layered structure versus was the green or brown? Can you just speak on that?
So I chose an area on the painting that had already suffered quite a lot of loss. So basically that area underneath it was nearly already down to the canvas layer, so it didn't have any primer. And I had I'd taken cross sections, so I knew roughly like the makeup of the layers, the stratigraphy, I can't say that word, of the painting. But I also wasn't trying to recreate it exactly. So like the samples were a layer of linen canvas stretched because I wanted them to be under tension, with a layer of, I think I just used acrylic primer in the end because even though the painting is not primed with acrylic, it's I think it's got a zinc white primer. And then I used a layer of filling medium because I wanted to kind of recreate the surface that you get when you're in painting directly onto a filled surface. But again, I wasn't trying to like directly replicate the materials of the painting, because for me it was more about understanding like the process of in painting and how, so like a kind of experiential study rather than actually doing like a technical study of the materials and comparing them directly. Does that make sense? Okay.
Hi, Gerry, thank you for your talk. Can I ask you, do you think we're legally naive or underprepared in the British conservation scene?
Yes.
Thank you, it was really interesting talk.
I'm so sorry, but yes. If I may say that perhaps a few words in that general direction before students are even taught condition reporting might keep in the back of their mind why they're doing what they're doing, or add a dimension to what they're doing that is useful in further professional life.
And can I ask Stephen, thank you for doing that work, Stephen, it is definitely the party house. So the damages, I'm sure, are what you described exactly. Could you just comment on whether you think there's any room for kind of further research and expand on whether there's print material to look at or what other things you might have discussed with your tutors about what next with those paintings?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the research is still ongoing. Like my analysis of the cross section and XRF, for example, it's very like early stages, and so we definitely need to fully interpret them, and got lots of samples to do. But also we were supposed to look at them with the X-ray, but currently that's not available to us right now. But I think that could also provide some more interesting information, just because they were able to do X-ray on the portraits. So maybe we'll see some more connections there.
Okay, I'd like to add a question of my own, if that's okay, for Alexandra. I know that you're familiar with this group of artists, but I was wondering if there was any type of special surprise that you found while working on the Morgan's painting.
That's a good question. I think the gold was a surprising element. Some of the pre-Raphaelites have incorporated gold in their paintings, like Rossetti's early works, which were inspired by Renaissance old pieces, but the fact that De Morgan was sort of blocking in areas with gold and then painting over the top is quite a unique aspect, and something I only really discovered after looking under the microscope. And again, in raking light, you can sort of see it glimmering, but it's quite subtle and very intentional and symbolic, so that was exciting.
Okay, so that concludes this section of the questions. So thank you, Gerry and
Okay. Moving on to our final set of speakers, I'd like to invite Sophia.
Good afternoon, everyone. So one of the most historically controversial and challenging interventions in the conservation of paintings is cleaning, which includes the removal of varnish, dirt, and other accretions from a painted surface. Varnish removal has serious implications in terms of aesthetics due to having a direct effect on the appearance of a painting, and it may cause irreversible damage to a painted surface. Today, I will present the findings of my third-year project titled Evaluating the Effects of Alkali Reagents for Varnish Removal, Case Study. So alternative methods for varnish removal using alkali reagents have had a long history in conservation. Caustic and abrasive alkaline materials were the most prevalent method for varnish removal before the 18th century. However, by the early 20th century, alkalis such as ammonia, and sodium hydroxide were primarily used for removing tenacious varnish residues and oil retouching. There was renewed interest in aqueous cleaning systems with alkali reagents in the 1980s, with the widespread use of patina in Italy and resin soap gels in the United States. However, with the decline of alkali reagents in the 20th century, solvents were and still remain the predominant cleaning method for varnish removal. Yet there are still many risks to using solvents. Solvent cleaning may not be possible or may cause irreversible damage to an original paint surface. The swelling of paint film can rupture the intermolecular bonds between the binding medium and pigment particles. This can lead to a loss of saturation or even the removal of pigment particles by a mechanical action. Additionally, some pigments and binding mediums can be more at risk to solvents. For instance, 18th and 19th century paintings are more likely to be vulnerable to solvent cleaning due to not having a fully polymerized paint or having additives such as resins and waxes in their binding medium. In 1996, Jones and Townsend noted cleaning tests using ammonium hydroxide on several paintings by the 18th century painter Joshua Reynolds. Due to the artist's technique, the conservators identified that alcohols would damage the original surface due to the artist's use of additives such as resins and beeswax. The authors reported that layers of natural resin varnish could be safely thinned and in some cases fully removed with ammonium hydroxide. Tape conservation records report that a number of cleaning tests found ammonium hydroxide at pH 10 was a safer method than propanol. Alkali reagents continue to be an important option in the toolkit for cleaning. Yet, despite its long history and conservation, there remains a lack of published research on the effect of varnish removal on paint using alkali reagents. In 1990, Bernstock and Lerner observed the changes in the surface of an artificially aged mastic resin varnish using alkali reagents as free solutions and gelled. While the results provided a foundational insight into the effects of reagents on oil paint and varnish, new methods of low vacuum electron microscopy and modern cleaning methods provide the opportunity to re-examine and expand on their findings. So conservators most often apply alkaline solutions with cotton swabs as the alternative to solvents. Following Mikulski's model, the alkali solution slowly diffuses into the varnish film. The solution then reacts with the carboxylic acid groups and the varnish to produce water-soluble carboxylic anions. These anions and the base's conjugate acid are then soluble in water and furthermore removable by swab. This method of cleaning dissolves the more polar acidic components in a varnish, which is great for conservators. By elevating a reagent's alkalinity, it can effectively eliminate other hydrogen ions with lower acidity levels in comparison to carboxylic acids. As not all varnish molecules contain water-soluble groups, the non-polar segments become susceptible to mechanical action. So when the acidic components of the molecules are ionized and removed by swab, it will carry away the non-polar portions of the molecules. There are several concerns, though, regarding the use of alkali reagents for varnish removal. Leaching of polar elements from an oil film can occur with aqueous systems, making paint layers prone to cracking, delamination, and blanching. In addition, swelling of the oil film can make medium-rich pigments vulnerable to removal by mechanical action. At raised pHs, alkali solutions pose a greater risk of alkaline hydrolysis of the oil medium. As a precaution, Wahlbergs recommend that alkaline-based cleaning solutions should be used between pH 5.5 and 8.5. However, the study published by Bernstock and Lerner shows that it requires a much higher pH in order to affect a varnish. So with these guidelines in mind, there is a potential for incorporating alkali reagents into the arsenal of modern cleaning materials developed in the early 2000s. For instance, polysaccharide gels are low-cost, non-toxic, and water-soluble biopolymers that can be tailored for specific cleaning applications through the addition of surfactants, chelators, enzymes, alkalis, and solvents. Like polysaccharide gels, the non-woven microfiber cloth Evolon has the potential to control solvent application and further reduce mechanical action. This study marks an initial exploration of using xanthan, agar, and Evolon and looking at its suitability as a carrier for alkali solutions during varnish removal. So the aim of the project was to evaluate the effects of alkali reagents for varnish removal on a 17th century test painting through different instruments. It further aimed to compare the efficacy of incorporating the alkali reagents into modern cleaning methods. And the broader goal of the project was to expand and contribute to the current literature for cleaning with alkali reagents. Today, I'll just present the findings of ammonium hydroxide. So a fragment of a late 17th century test painting of the Last Supper was selected as a test painting due to its naturally aged natural resin varnish. The sample offered some uniformity in application of pigments and layers of superficial varnish. Cross-section analysis identified the presence of an iron-containing ground layer with a gray paint layer with lead white and bone black particles. Dirt separated the two layers of varnish that had distinctive yellow fluorescence, indicating differently aged natural resin varnishes. So before conducting varnish removal tests, it was necessary to remove all dirt and surface secretions like dust and grease. As seen in the top left image, the test painting was covered with dark particulates and white crystalline material. After conducting tests with saliva, pH-adjusted waters, citrate solutions, the surface dirt was removed using a 2% triammonium citrate solution, followed by clearance with deionized water. The SEM micrograph illustrates the surface effect of swab rolling with TAC to remove dirt and particulates from the varnish surface. The lower right image shows that the varnish was etched by the swabbing action of the cotton wool following the application of the citrate solution in deionized water. So after surface cleaning, it is common practice for conservators to perform small cleaning tests to identify an appropriate solvent and application method for varnish removal. The cleaning procedure resembled the techniques used by conservators, and surface analysis was conducted before and after cleaning tests using a stereo microscope, secondary electron microscope, and a ferro-edged laser for 3D modeling. The two natural resin varnishes were sensitive to polar solvents and alkali reagents, but often underwent only partial removal with the latter. The varnish removal process proved challenging, especially in the interstices of the pronounced crack layer. Visually, the partially cleaned surface conveyed the impression of a uniform thinning to the naked eye. However, discrete residues became discernible under examination with light microscopy and secondary electron imaging. I will now highlight some of the various surface phenomena observed following the removal of varnish with each vehicle. Cleaning with polar solvents swelled and deposited residual varnish in the crack layer due to capillary action. For instance, the varnish reformed into a smooth film along the cracks following the evaporation of IMS. The smooth texture of the reformed varnish can be attributed to the slow evaporation rate of IMS and shares similarities to propanolone. The SEM micrographs also show that a few salt-insoluble clumps were swollen and redistributed by the mechanical action of the cotton wool swab. So in comparison, cleaning with alkali reagents will strongly contrast with the smooth residual varnish deposited in the crack layer after the evaporation of the polar solvent. Ammonium hydroxide applied by cotton swab began to affect the varnish at pH 10, while complete varnish removal occurred at pH 11. These results match the findings reported by Lerner and Birdstock in their study. The alkali reagent mechanically removed the varnish, leaving rough, broken clumps of the varnish with a fractured appearance. And the partial removal of the varnish displayed a cloudy, blanched appearance due to the refraction of light on the uneven surface of residual varnish. As seen in the photomicrographs, ammonium hydroxide at pH 10.5 unevenly removed the varnish, leaving islands of the bottom and sometimes the top varnish layer next to fully cleaned areas. This is further seen in the SEM micrograph, as there are clumps of the upper varnish layer which have rough and rounded edges on top of that lower varnish layer. These findings suggest that ammonium hydroxide reacts with the most polar carboxylic acids in both the top and varnish layer before targeting the less polar groups in both layers. So it's quite an uneven clean overall. While complete varnish removal occurred at pH 11, there was damage to the original paint layers. Similarly to Bernstock and Lerner, I observed the phenomenon they called topping, which was the loss or the abrasion of the paint surface. Additionally, a fundamental problem with using free aqueous alkali solutions was that the earth-containing ground was prone to flaking due to the absorption of water and the mechanical action of the cotton swab. So part of the goal of the research was to evaluate whether an alternative vehicle for applying alkali reagents could improve the efficacy of ammonium hydroxide and possibly lower the pH for complete varnish removal. Gelling ammonia and xanthan gum had a minimal effect on the top varnish layer below pH 10, while complete varnish removal was almost achieved at pH 11, with small residual varnish remaining in the interstices of the paint film. This method appeared to slightly improve the effectiveness of ammonium hydroxide at pH 10.5 by reducing the evaporation rate of the reagent in the gel and achieving a controlled even clean. The application of ammonium hydroxide and xanthan gum was the most sympathetic to the underlying paint surface by mechanically thinning the varnish. The photomicrographs show the fractured thin sheets of varnish with a few clumps trapped in the crack layer, indicating that the gel reduced capillary action of the alkaline solution. The SEM micrograph further shows that patches of residual varnish had a smooth film with a strong crack layer with sharp edges and several clumps on top. So unlike other methods, xanthan gum with alkaline solution has flatter residues with less texture due to being a slower method for mechanically removing the varnish. Furthermore, the gel prolonged the contact of the reagent on the varnish surface while reducing the horizontal spreading and penetration of the alkali reagent by capillary action through the pronounced cracks. This method was more effective than the free solution, although a high pH was still necessary for complete varnish removal. Applying agar gels loaded with alkaline solution for 24 hours improved the effectiveness of the reagent at a given pH despite the gel becoming quickly inactive. Agar gels loaded with ammonium hydroxide at pH 10 began to partially thin the upper varnish layer, while complete to almost near complete varnish removal occurred at pH 11 within 30 seconds, along with flaking of the paint layers after 2 minutes. Consequently, the aqueous system had more time to induce swelling of the paint layers after 2 minutes, resulting in flaking from the iron-containing ground. As seen in the photomicrographs, there was damage along the crack layer, resulting from the swelling and flaking of the paint film due to capillary action. And in the application process, it was observed that a surplus of alkali solution tended to pull along the edges of the agar gel. As seen in the SEM micrograph, the excess ammonia solution at pH 11 efficiently solubilized the most upper varnish layer, leaving rough fractured clumps on top of the lower varnish layer. It also shows that the lower varnish layer was fragmented into delaminating brittle clumps with a sharp edge due to capillary action, and it's likely that some of these clumps were mechanically removed during the clearance process with Evolon. In comparison to xanthan gum, the agar gel left residues with a very sharp rectangular crystal-like appearance. During the application process, the agar gels underwent a very swift change from clear transparent to a yellowish brown hue. Observational evidence suggests that the higher the pH level of the alkali solution, the quicker the gel changed color and the darker it got. Observational evidence suggests that these findings indicate that the gel's effectiveness of the varnish diminished with the prolonged exposure time and further increase the risk of swelling due to the prolonged contact with the aqueous solution. It further suggests that a higher pH with a shorter interval was safer than a lower pH with a longer application time. The stiffness of the agar gel, however, limited its ability to adapt to the surface even when gentle pressure was applied. Yet, unlike other application methods, the gel could be reused by reloading them with the alkali solution. So at pH 11, Evolon loaded with ammonium hydroxide had some effect on the upper and lower varnish layers, with almost total varnish removal at pH 11 within 30 seconds,
followed by full removal with the most significant damage to the paint film after 2 minutes. This was the most substantial damage observed with ammonia after a 2-minute interval during this project. And the photomicrographs indicate that the oil medium had undergone saponification due to the high pH, as evident by the extensive paint loss and darkening of the lead-containing paint. The damage can be attributed to the fabric's superior ability to conform to the surface, expediting the penetration of the alkali reagent before its very quick evaporation. Evolon loaded with ammonium hydroxide resulted in a finer textured surface when compared to other application vehicles. So for instance, Evolon at pH 10.5 achieved partial varnish removal, leaving residues that displayed finely textured reflective clumps on top of the flat patches of the second varnish layer. However, a closer inspection of the surface indicates that the top varnish layer was broken up into islands, while the bottom varnish layer had a pronounced crack layer with very sharp angular edges. This method of application vehicle resulted in the most textured surface of residual varnish. Despite sharing similar application characteristics to agar gels, the visual distinction may be attributed to the textile's superior ability to conform to the surface topography. This likely increased the penetration of the alkali reagent to the lower varnish layer through capillary action before its evaporation. So alkali reagents should only be considered for specific cases that have minor to no crack layer and does not contain alkaline-sensitive pigments. Ammonium hydroxide in all vehicles in this study began to affect the varnish at pH 10 with total varnish removal at pH 11. There was improvement in the effectiveness by using xanthan gum with ammonium hydroxide at pH 10.5. Other findings found during this project but was not covered during this presentation include the following. Due to TA's lack of volatility, it increased the risk of damage to the original paint surface, and it will have a greater potential to cause discoloration in the future. So I recommend trying to avoid TA, despite its ability to be more effective at a lower pH than ammonium hydroxide. And despite poor results in the study with resin soap gels, it does require a lower pH to affect the varnish, and therefore I recommend that you try that first. And there is a potential to replace TEA with ammonium hydroxide. However, this is less likely to work, and you'll need to check your pH. So while the results of the study pertain specifically to the painting under examination, they may provide insight into the efficacy of varying pH levels and application methods in the context of varnish removal. While the results align with the general findings of Bernstock and Lerner, the presence of the two natural resin varnish layer may not precisely indicate the required pH for varnish removal for using polysaccharide gels and Evolon. Therefore, it would be useful to further investigate the effects of solvents and reagents used in this study on an artificially aged natural resin varnish applied to a paint sample. While simplified test samples may provide guidelines, the complexity of the effects depends on a range of factors that are specific to each painting. And it remains crucial for the conservator to identify and assess the pigments, crack layer, and varnish of a painting before undertaking cleaning with alkali reagents at high pH. I'd like to acknowledge the following people who have made this project possible. Thank you.
So thank you for joining me today to listen to my presentation, which forms the basis of my ongoing dissertation research. During this talk, I hope to provide an insight into different frameworks in which practical skills may be being maintained, utilised or underused in the conservation profession in the UK and Japan. Although this research will touch upon the broader subject area of conservation as a whole, investigations have been largely drawn from studies into paper conservation to allow for a comprehensive examination into a specialist field that encompasses both contemporary and long-standing traditional techniques. To give some further context to this research topic, in the UK and global West, there have been increasing concerns and discussions surrounding the potential decline and loss of advanced manual skills due to the reduction of interventive treatments performed in conservation practices and on academic programs. Recent publications have outlined a shared value amongst conservators in retaining high-level practical skills, and a continued belief that the need for interventive treatments will not disappear in the future of the profession. Whether these skills are in fact at risk is a highly debated subject, though nonetheless questions how conservation techniques are currently being maintained and whether they should be treated with the same protection as our intangible heritage. Procedures in Japan offer an insightful comparison to the UK in the preservation of traditional conservation techniques developed from scroll mounting methods from the 14th century. As literature has previously isolated regions in the global West for investigation into this subject, the assessment of the contrasting models in these regions aims to provide a new perspective through comparative research. This research is currently being conducted through the examination of literature, analysis of government funding, and interviews with conservators, researchers, and educators in the UK and Japan. This presentation will provide a comparative evaluation in the following areas: conservation, education and training, government legislations, the structure of private and museum practices, and the cultural value of craftsmanship and hand skills. So the first conservation course in Japan was established in 1964 at Tokyo University of the Arts. Their earlier courses were largely focused on conservation science and cultural heritage studies. This has since expanded to include material specialisms at the following universities in Yamagata, Tokyo, Yokohama, and Kyoto. The curriculum of these programs focus on academic disciplines including science and art history, alongside practical hands-on experience. An interview with an educator from one university revealed that their courses are predominantly focused on wider skills development within areas such as research and technical documentation, and are not necessarily designed to train conservators in practical skills. This is to ensure adaptability for the future professions of students, as the majority will not work in the conservation field upon graduating. It is also assumed that those who do choose to pursue careers as conservators are able to receive technical training upon employment in a conservation studio, though no prior technical skills, knowledge, or a degree in conservation are necessary for employment into the profession. Though it must be noted that newer members of these studios are increasingly becoming more qualified upon entry. Although the apprenticeship system no longer exists in Japan, current training models within studios that specialise in conserving Japanese pictorial art, which includes works on paper and silk, are still structured on this system, with a focus on experiential learning. It has also been noted by interviewees who have trained in these studios that approximately 90 to 95% of the work undertaken is on practical treatment and training. Within the UK, the conservation profession witnessed a marked move towards academic qualification in the first half of the 20th century, attributed to the incorporation of scientific inquiry and methodology. This has since seen the decline of apprenticeship-style models of learning and an increase in university education, with the profession now predominantly requiring a level 6 or 7 degree for entry. The Institute of Conservation's 2022 Labour Market Intelligence Survey revealed that 88% of positions were held by conservators for these qualifications, and 82% of job roles required at least a bachelor's degree. To fit the standard UK level 6 or 7 curriculum into conservation programmes, practice has perhaps become increasingly more difficult to fit into the student workload. There have been recent efforts from ICON, educators and employers in the field to develop apprenticeship degree programmes in the UK, which may further aid in diversifying the range of training backgrounds within the field and enabling increased hours spent on learning specialist techniques. In evaluating the differences between practical training on university conservation courses in the UK and Japan, the possible reduction of hours spent on practical training at university today may not play a significant role in the long-term preservation of manual skills, as training is recognised to be an ongoing process within this profession. It must also be noted that hours spent on practical experience does vary between university programmes, and theoretical learning has its benefits in raising the academic status and quality of courses, as practicing conservators are expected to have an increasingly broader skill set. More notably, it's suggested here that the maintenance and transference of practical skills appears to be more noticeably impacted by opportunities to access intensive training that offers practical hands-on experience and mentorship. The system appears to play a key contributing factor in the continued practice and development of conservation techniques in Japan. A notable difference in the protection of technical skills between the UK and Japan are in government legislations and funding. The law for the protection of cultural properties was first enacted in Japan in 1950 and has expanded to include the protection of several categories of cultural properties, which include tangible cultural properties, intangible cultural properties, folk cultural properties, monuments, including historic sites, places of scenic beauty, and natural monuments, cultural landscapes, and groups of traditional buildings, as well as two further categories for protection: varied cultural properties and conservation techniques for cultural properties, which includes techniques necessary for the production of materials, tools, and restoration. Currently, a total of 54 individuals and 39 groups are designated as holders of conservation techniques for cultural properties. Such legislations ensure government support in the funding of conservation projects, the assignment of subsidies to individuals and organisations for the development and transference of practical skills, and the promotion of international cooperation by sending and receiving experts for conservation and research projects in Japan and overseas. Although these legislations are in place to protect cultural properties, public funding allocated to culture in Japan is notably minimal, accounting for only 0.11% of national government budgets in 2022, which has been the case for many decades. Within this budget, approximately 60% is allocated to the heritage sector, and due to these limited resources, many classified cultural properties remain on a waiting list for support. In the UK, according to the total departmental expenditure limits, 0.41% was budgeted for the same financial year to the Department of Culture, Media and Sport, with approximately 25% of this budget allocated to the heritage and ceremonial, arts and culture, libraries and museums and galleries sectors. Although funding in the cultural sector is slightly higher in the UK than that of Japan, the marked difference is in the assignment of budgets specifically for conservation treatments and the preservation of conservation techniques. A recent example of this is the Takumi project for cultural properties. This was initiated in 2022 to tackle concerns surrounding the ageing population of holders of techniques required for the preservation of cultural properties. With subsidies for training expenses and to offset production costs, this project is set to increase the number of holders of selected preservation techniques, the number of producers of raw materials required for tools and materials and preservation practices, as well as the number of objects able to undergo conservation. Overall, the comprehensive state-run system of cultural heritage in Japan, which isolates government budgets for the protection of conservation techniques and the sustainability of related crafts, is in contrast to the UK, where budgets are assigned more broadly to larger sectors. It must be noted, however, that such subsidies are reserved only for traditional Japanese techniques and craft skills. Another significant area of difference between the two regions is the structure of conservation departments within museums. The conservation of objects in museum collections in Japan developed in the mid-20th century, though national museums did not establish their own conservation departments, but instead rented conservation centres to private studios on museum premises. Conservation and restoration work on museum collections are largely carried out by specialist studios, with conservation centres often affiliated with member studios of the Association for Conservation of National Treasures, a nationally approved organisation for the preservation of conservation techniques. Comparatively, many institutions in the UK have integrated conservation departments and significantly more conservators employed as permanent museum staff. In 2007, the independent administrative institution, National Institution for Cultural Heritage, was formed by the merging of Tokyo, Kyoto, Nara, and Kyushu national museums with national research institutes, with the aim of conserving and utilising cultural properties. Amongst these museums, only the Tokyo National Museum has a conservator directly hired by the museum on a 5-year contract. Kyoto and Kyushu hold limited positions for researchers in the field of conservation science, and Nara holds a managerial position for conservator, though this role largely involves the organisation of conservation projects with private studios and not in performing treatments. These institutions offer contracted positions and on-site conservation centres for private studios, which may therefore give the false appearance of a higher number of interventive treatments being conducted in museum conservation departments in Japan. As a result, a largely preventive approach is taken by museum employees in many of these institutions. Preventive conservation and the outsourcing of conservation projects to specialists are also responsibilities often assigned to museum curators or researchers. Although hiring conservators as contractors is not an unfamiliar situation in the global West, this framework in Japan has produced a system in which it is generally agreed that on-site private practices eliminates the need for national museums to employ conservators. This inevitably results in the responsibilities of the conservator being more aligned with those working in private practice, where technical skills are more heavily utilised. Comparatively, a growing concern in UK institutions is the decline in the undertaking of remedial treatments on objects due to the increasing priority set on collections care and preventive conservation. An unpublished paper presented at the British Library Collection Care Conference in 2013 by the former head of conservation at the Museum of London reported that on average 50 to 60% of departmental work was conducted on practical conservation related work in the 1990s, and that this had decreased to 21% by 2012-13. This is also reflected in the increased time spent on collection care, which averaged to less than 5% in the 1990s and increased to 24% by 2012-13. Furthermore, in a study conducted in 2017 by paper conservator and associate professor at Northumbria University, Jean Brown, 19 employers and 174 practitioners from across the globe responded to the question, if you see conservation reducing, which areas are likely to reduce? Interventive treatments, research, exhibition work, or preventive conservation? Both employers and practitioners selected interventive conservation as the most likely area to see this reduction. It's important to remember, however, that the emphasis placed upon practical skills is very much dependent on each institution, with one interviewee reporting an increase in time spent on remedial treatments in recent years, which was largely due to increased efforts to raise external funding, support of conservation departments by their current director, and the influence and focus of heads of departments in maintaining practical treatments. More widely, in response to the subject of de-skilling in the conservation field, interviews also revealed the view that an overall decline in advanced practical skills or interventive treatments may not necessarily be occurring, but may instead be increasingly moving towards the private sector. Therefore, such skills and treatments may not be predominantly utilised in many museum environments, but in their outsourcing to specialist conservators both in the UK and Japan. Nonetheless, the assumption that skills will exist elsewhere and that specialist knowledge can always be outsourced does not protect them from decline, nor does it reduce the risk of individuals with these skills and technical knowledge from retiring without transferring these techniques to the following generation. This, however, may be mitigated by current research being conducted by ICON to compile a red list of endangered conservation techniques, which is hoped to be used as an advocacy tool for further funding and support. In assessing these comparative frameworks, it was also important to examine the underlying cultural value of craftsmanship and hand skills, both within the profession and more widely in British and Japanese society. Jean Brown, in the same study, illustrates that practical skills still remain highly valued within the profession, with advanced interventive skills ranking in the top 3 required skills for conservation employers and practitioners, and in the top 5 for conservation programmes. In 2016, ICON interviewed 20 mentors and accredited conservators for their thoughts on the essential intrinsic qualities of the modern conservator. Craftsmanship was noted by a significant number of interviewees as an important trait, with one mentor noting that craftsmanship is not a dirty word. Although this indicates the value placed upon hand skills and the undertaking of remedial treatments in the profession, it does also highlight the possible negative connotations of the use of this terminology within the field and more broadly in Western society. The intimate connection between head and hand is largely absent from the notion of crafts and craftsmanship in the global West. The history of Western civilization also witnessed the evolution of the craftsman as a valued member of society in the Homeric age in Greece to that of a lower status by the classical period. This can be traced through language, where the word for craftspeople, originally translated to public and productive, and was replaced by a word which simply translates to handworker. The diminishing bond between craft and community, the value of craftspeople within society, and the perceived division between head and hand may continue to shape the perception of craftspeople in the global West, and perhaps provides a further motivation for its separation from the conservator, illustrated in debates surrounding the use of this terminology within the profession. These perceptions do also question how the value of hand skills within Western society may have an underlying influence on the preservation of practical skills, as the conservation field in the global West has gradually evolved to assert a large part of its professional identity through academia. In Japan, the craftsperson may be comparatively awarded with the title holder of important intangible cultural properties, or informally referred to as living national treasure. Although the former legal term awards the preservation of intangible crafts rather than the craftsperson, the latter, more frequently used term, celebrates the embodiment of tradition, not through the objects, but in the mastery of individuals who produce them and ensure their continuation. Although this presentation has only delved into a brief overview of selected areas in the preservation of practical skills in conservation, the contrasting approaches in Japan and the UK may hopefully highlight alternative methods to mitigating the risk of future decline or loss. Within a constantly evolving, interdisciplinary and culturally contingent profession, it is inevitable that some environments may reflect these changes through the decline of certain practices, though perhaps the awareness of these gradual shifts is what remains essential. Concerns surrounding the decline or loss of skills are apparent in both the UK and Japan, though here lies my key findings. The differences in the preservation of advanced manual skills between the two regions appears to lie more predominantly within opportunities to access intensive practical training, a comprehensive system of identifying techniques at risk of decline, and in providing support to such areas through government-initiated projects and subsidies. More widely, the value of craftsmanship and tradition in Japan appears to result in a prioritization of preserving conservation techniques at national level, and questions whether such skills are currently valued enough within Western society to afford such protection. Over the following months, I aim to continue to explore these areas in my research, as well as studies into the utilisation of practical skills in private practices, the influence of new technologies and automation, and further cultural, historic and economic influences affecting each of these existing frameworks. Thank you very much for listening.
Hello everyone, thank you for staying until the very end. I hope you have the energy for one last talk. So today I will be presenting on a portion of my third year research project, which more generally looked at, was a technical investigation of a series of reconstructions of HKI, all the same painting. It didn't necessarily have a targeted question in mind, but more was a survey looking at reconstructions from a technical perspective and seeing how the results aligned or didn't align with our expectations and what this could mean for our practice of making reconstructions and their effectiveness as a pedagogical tool. In this presentation, I will be focusing only on results in blue pigment passages because there's just way too much data to go through in 20 minutes. I found that they did a good job at illustrating some of the broader observations and questions raised by the project in general. And
as I move through these slides, you might see some things where you're like, oh, this is so weird or interesting, why isn't she talking about them? I'd be happy to address them at the end in the Q&A session. So as you know, making reconstructions is often a crucial part of the learning process of becoming a conservator. They introduce students to the materials and the techniques that they'll encounter on actual paintings, and they may be comparable to the use of mock-ups for testing in a professional studio. At the, for 6 cohorts of students between the years of 2000 and 2014 at the HKI, the first reconstruction they ever did was of this version of Drawing the Child by Jacopo del Solaio from the Fitzwilliam. It is tempera on poplar and dates from the late 15th century. It was last treated in 1979 by Simon Folks at the HKI, and in the year 2000, presumably to assist with the reconstructions, then photographer Chris Titmus took a standard suite of photographs, including UV, near-infrared, and SAT-scan infrared photography. To mirror this data set, I took a series of visible light, ultraviolet light, and near-infrared photos of all of the reconstructions, and maintaining as much consistency between them as possible. For purely logistical reasons, feasibility, I wasn't able to take infrared images of all of them. I was also allowed to take 3 cross-sections from the original Solaio, one from each course, different colored passage of drapery. That is supposed to be green in the lighting of the Virgin's mantle. But for this project, we'll be focusing only on the first blue cross-section at the top. So 142 is just the HKI reference number, and A refers to cross-sections taken from blue passages. Above the thick translucent gesso ground, we can see a thin grey layer composed of mostly lead white with some black particles, a thin, dense, and rather lean azurite layer with uniform medium-sized particles, a thicker mordant layer that's also quite dense with suspended particles, and then finally a thin gold leaf layer, and anything above that I won't be addressing because they may not be original and they weren't reproduced on reconstructions. I took comparable cross-sections on all 12 of the reconstructions. So we'll start looking at these. First of all, reconstructions 11 and 12 we can sort of set aside immediately. They didn't use azurite. These were the earliest reconstructions. They may have employed French ultramarine instead as a stand-in for natural ultramarine, which, while not true to the Solaio, means that they might have been following suggestions by Cennini, who writes in sections, he changes opinions, but in sections writes about using ultramarine as the final layer on the Virgin's mantle for symbolic reasons, as we all know. 3 of the cross-sections from reconstructions 3, 6, and 10 appeared most similar. They were a thin azurite layer, a dense matrix, medium or lean, using small particles. Reconstruction number 10 may have added a mixture of other pigments into this azurite layer. However, once we view these in relation to the overall image of the paintings that they come from, we can see the difference in appearance that they've produced. And I'll also say a note that a lot of the black particles that you can see in the cross-sections are because I purposely took them from areas with visible or known underdrawing. These are a series of other cross-sections taken from the reconstructions that differ wildly from the original. We can see in 3 of them a very thick, medium-rich azurite layer containing much larger, varied particles, and it is unknown if maybe these students experimented with using oil or using the proposed mixed media of tempera grassa. 2 of these reconstructions used 2 layers of azurite, although employing a thicker, higher-grade azurite in the upper layer. And then one of them, reconstruction number 4, has employed some lead white in the final azurite layer. None of these contain the gray underlayer seen on the original. The one that comes closest is perhaps reconstruction number 7, has a thicker black layer underneath. And very little technical data is available on Solaio as an artist. However, it's known that he was a direct contemporary of Botticelli. They both studied under Filippo Lippi, although it's unknown if they were there at the same time. And Botticelli is known to have used a grisaille modeling layer under the drapery, and perhaps Celaya was employing the same technique here, seen in the Saskia IR. None of this could be detected on any of the reconstructions. In fact, the azurite layers on all of the reconstructions were so opaque that you really couldn't see anything underneath them. Now turning to look at a comparison between the reconstructions themselves, we can see some of them behaved roughly as expected. These two reconstructions 1 and 7 were created in the same year and have a very similar appearance in cross-section and similar enough appearances in the final image. However, when we look at reconstruction number 2 and number 8, both have a similar appearance in cross-section for their final azurite layer, which is very coarse, very large azurite particles in medium-rich layer, but reconstruction number 2 has produced this really coarse texture with a brilliant blue, while reconstruction number 8 is much duller, much creamier. We normally expect azurite to be brighter with larger particle sizes, but we showed that it's not necessarily predictive here. And then when we look at reconstruction number 2 against number 3, you can see the same coarseness and texture, but number 3 has used far finer, a far finer grade of azurite to produce that. So we've seen that the cross-sections are not necessarily predictive of the tonality or the texture of the azurite in the final product. And is this due to differences in sourcing or in preparation? Are minute changes significant enough to impact handling properties and therefore the tacit knowledge that one is meant to gain from making reconstructions? Leslie Carlisle has done some work regarding this in lead white and found the answer broadly to be yes, but perhaps it's worth exploring in other materials. And we've also seen that these students have often prioritized aesthetic accuracy. They've used a variety of different techniques in an attempt to reproduce the same visual observations. So should students be given access to technical data when making reconstructions? Would this be too overwhelming from a pedagogical standpoint? I think it would be interesting to see the results of reconstructions more closely imitating the layer structure with less of an emphasis on aesthetic beauty or aesthetic accuracy. Next, some of the keen-eyed viewers amongst you, which by that I mean all of you being conservators, may have noticed something going on in the previous slide that I've zoomed in on here, which is this lightening or yellowing phenomenon seen in the shadows of some of the blue passages. It appears on some of the paintings, but not all of them. In UV, it does fluoresce. This is more evident in person. This is more difficult to see in the photographs. And the question arose of what is causing this inversion, essentially, of color. Initial theories were perhaps that this was the use of indigo in the shadows, which is faded, or it was the use of a lead glazing layer, which was perhaps underground or separated. Perhaps this is litharge coming from lead, which is a product used in the lead oil making process, or another yellow pigment altogether. It has occurred on some of the reconstructions, even though all of them have lived in the same environment for the extent of their relative lives. However, talking to Del Wright, who was the creator of reconstruction number 3, she revealed that only tempera was used on the blue, and she did indeed use indigo in the shadows because she found that the highest grade azurite was too coarse to use to handle properly, basically to paint with. And she didn't use any other yellow pigments in this passage. However, other paintings showed that the areas of shadow were indeed fluorescent in UV, but had not yellowed or lightened on the surface in visible light. So in order to parse this question, I took scrapings from the 2 previous reconstructions from the yellow passages and set dispersions for PLM. Promisingly, both of the dispersions showed these anomalous yellow particles. However, I first compared them against a sample of pure Canary litharge, which I set from a pure pigment sample, and these did not, initially they don't look visually similar at all, and the anomalous yellow particles did not exhibit any of the anisotropy or extinction that one might expect from litharge. I compared it also against a suite of different yellow pigments in dispersions, and the one that this most closely resembles is probably realgar, which can exhibit, which has a high refractive index relative to mount, has central illumination, and can have glass-like stepped cleavage bases. But again, the properties under cross-polar did not match up. So we found that these paintings, which are thought to be known quantities, we know all the materials on them, supposedly the methods and the environment that they've been subjected to, but they've produced unexpected results. And some of the materials that we know to be there were undetectable using the methods above, although it should be said that obviously analytical methods were not exhausted for this project. So what is causing this lightning to occur? And given that these reconstructions have aged unpredictably in as little as 10 years, can reconstructions be trusted as mock-ups for testing in a more practical sense? The use of reconstructions as teaching materials has remained largely unchanged at the HKI, at least since the year 2000, but may be worth reconsidering. Is technical investigation or visual examination a more effective approach for reconstructing, and how can we best combine the two? Is the tacit knowledge obtained actually representative of the handling properties of the same materials 20, 100, in this case over 500 years ago? If these materials have changed enough to lead to disparate visual results, have they also acquired or lost handling properties over the centuries? What are the practical implications on the reliability of mock-ups, given the unpredictable developments on some of the reconstructed surfaces? And lastly, the difficulties in deciphering these reconstructions through technical examination may lead us to wonder about the extent to which similar mysteries can be unraveled on actual paintings. And I hope that some of these results will also provide a jumping-off point or a starting point for more targeted investigations for more specific questions in the future. For this project, I would like to thank my supervisors at the HKI and all of you here for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Sophia, Lena and Grace for your thought-provoking presentations. I'd like to welcome you to the panel to take questions. Christina?
I've got a question for you, Sophia.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Do you have advice for students wanting to carry out cleaning studies using SEM on a lot of samples? How will you actually put them in the vacuum?
Yeah, so I used aluminum tape to divide the sites of my samples as a control measure, but also to help with the conductivity when imaging in the low vacuum SEM. And then there's certain limits to the size of an SEM and the sample size itself. So I cut my samples to the maximum size that could fit in the instrument while having still enough space where I wasn't damaging any of my sample sites. So it just is just planning beforehand and then knowing your instruments. And with imaging, the quicker you can image and the less oxygen particles that are hitting your sample site, the better the image quality will come out. And so, yeah, be quick.
I'd like to ask a question to Lena and to Grace. Lena, starting with you. You mentioned that in Japan specifically, there's more focus towards paper conservation. I was wondering if you could perhaps elaborate on the sort of practice with easel painting and if that actually differs from the global West, which you described.
So my main focus was in looking at paper conservation practices. I did briefly talk to one interviewee about Western paintings conservation, and it's not protected in the same way as other conservation techniques because it's not, Western paintings aren't traditional Japanese cultural properties, so it's treated in a different way. But There's also a similar situation with national museums where there are only 1 or 2 museums that employ easel paintings conservators, but that's as far as I went in terms of researching the painting side.
Yes, and Grace, I was wondering, you said you only focused on blueprints for the purpose of the presentation. Could you elaborate a little bit on the lake pigments that if you looked at them at all in the reconstructions?
Yes, so I'm assuming you're talking about the matter, the fluorescent matter that you can see in the red, which didn't show necessarily, so the HKI makes, previous students at the HKI have been known to make matter as part of their education, and we can sort of see that in the different fluorescences and the different appearances over the years, and you can sort of match up the reconstructions from the 2 different years. In some of, based on their fluorescent properties, although this was also inconsistent, and generally it was found that their appearance, their thickness and cross-section, and the degree or the strength of their fluorescence didn't correspond with their visual values, how they actually looked on the surface of the painting.
Yes.
Hi, so thank you for your thoughts there. A question for Laina. I was wondering, with respect to practicing Christian, whether you identified any particular crafts that were especially at risk?
I know that the industrial heritage sector is at risk of, I think there's very minimal, a very small number of conservators in that profession, so I think ICON are currently trying to push that a little bit more through more apprenticeship style methods of training, but yeah. There are also crafts at risk as well, but that's a separate situation. There was a survey or research conducted by the Heritage Crafts organisation, and they've got a red list of endangered craft techniques.
Grace.
Hello, thank you all for your talks. Grace, I was really interested in when you mentioned that it would be interesting in the future to see more reconstructions based on the layer structures of cross-sections as opposed to more aesthetic-based reconstructions. Do you think there is still a place for reconstructions that are based purely on aesthetics, and what do you think they might be able to teach us?
So I don't mean to sort of devalue reconstructions entirely. Of course, even if some things about the materials that we use have changed, they still teach us something about how they handle. But I think one of the difficulties that maybe the HKI does really intensive reconstructions, and I personally found that even if you sort of know the layer structure of something, the way that you handle the pigment, because we're not, trained the way an 15th century Italian apprentice is trained, even if we imitate the layer structure, we kind of don't get the visual result that we expect. And I think there might be a good place between the two, but relying purely on visual analysis, we've seen that there's so many ways to arrive at the same answer, basically, that aren't necessarily accurate and then don't teach you what you're meant to know about that historic period of painting.
That's all. I'd like to thank our final 3 speakers, Sophia, Laina and Grace.
So I know everybody wants to get out of here, go for a drink, it's been a long day. So the annual Gerry Hedley Symposium is an important event as it allows conservation students just beginning their careers to contribute to the field with innovative and thoughtful research, as we've seen. This event encourages continued discussion and collaboration amongst students,
professionals and institutions across the UK. So we hope everyone had an enjoyable time. We would like to thank you for attending the 42nd Annual Gerry Hedley Student Symposium, and especially thank our speakers for the wide variety of interesting talks, including technical examination of paintings, the ethics within the field, scientific research into materials and techniques, and paper conservation. We'd also like to thank Maureen Cross, who's a tutor here at the Courtauld, to help us organize this event, as well as the Research Forum and the Department of Easel Painting Conservation here. Thank you to Professor Riva Bernstock for her thoughtful introduction to Hedley, as well as a brief history of the event. And also special thanks to Tru Vue for sponsoring the event, as well as Archetype Publications for their generous gift to all attendees. We'd also like to remind everyone about the drinks reception afterwards with some little nibbles. This will be held in the Research Forum event space that's just next door, and all are welcome. So thank you.